want to make an announcement to quick sit.
It's a bottleneck here. It's very hard to join. This will be a big issue later.
Julia, just say, please, we start a little bit late. Please take your seat. We start soon.
Good morning. Could you please take your seats? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear all, on behalf of the European Data Protection Supervisor, it is a privilege to welcome you, our distinguished guests, both in Brussels and online, to the EDPS Summit, Rethinking Data in a Democratic Society, to celebrate the EDPS's 20 years of protecting personal data. Before we begin, allow me to share with you some information to guide you through this special day. The EDPS Summit is structured around 5 main sessions. all taking place in this very room, Copper Hall. On the margins of these 5 main sessions, 5 side panels will take place on the 3rd floor in the Arc. This includes 3 agoras, the Academic Agora, the Data Protection Officers Agora, and the Civil Society Agora, as well as a book club presenting the EDPS's book, 2 Decades of Personal Data Protection, What Next? And a forum on disinformation and the role of institutions in protecting democracy. Both of these sessions are taking place in Hall 300 at level 3. We are also very happy to announce a surprise guest at 4:30 p.m. after the coffee break, so please stay tuned for that. For our guests joining us online, you can live stream all panels and main sessions via the homepage of the EDPS's anniversary website. The virtual rooms have the same name as the rooms at the event here. Each main session and side session will last an hour, with a Q&A session at the end. To accommodate your busy schedule, a co-working space is available on the 3rd floor. We also encourage you to visit the EDPS and the EDPB's booth to learn more about our work and meet our team, as well as our photo exhibition that retraces the milestones of the EDPS as an institution. If you wish to interact with us throughout the day on social media, share your moments and memories with us by using the hashtag EDPSXX. Make sure to check our summit program online to know which room to join or head to for the next panel discussion of your choice. We do hope you enjoy your day with us. If you need any assistance, look for EDPS staff members wearing yellow badges. Thank you for listening to these housekeeping rules. And now, without further ado, it is my pleasure to give the floor to the person who is committed to shaping a safer digital future, the European Data Protection Supervisor, WOJCIECH.
Thank you, Julia. Good morning. Thank you to all of you for being here on time to celebrate the EDPS 20th anniversary with me and with the entire team of EDPS, all the people who work in the EDPS right now and many of those who worked before. But there is a special person today with us as well who represents, well, the institution and the history of institution and first 10 years of this institution and who actually built this institution in practice, that's Peter Hastings, and I would like to ask you for applause for Peter. Although our official anniversary is in January, we envisioned our celebration as an ongoing process culminating today in summit, but mainly because the weather in June is better than in January. But this process actually included several key initiatives that you may encounter during the year. Our 20 initiatives, commitments and actions showing the EDPS continuous effort to lead as modern data protection authority. Our 20 talks, expert and influential personalities from various fields sharing their unique perspective on privacy and data protection. Then the commemorative book that we already heard about, which will be unveiled today. And finally, today's summit. All these initiatives share a common purpose. They were born from the conviction that our anniversary should be the moment, or rather the period, a year, to reflect on the past, to better prepare for the future, because actually the future is the most important. Why the summit? Well, if you open today the conference program, you will find an introduction to the 5 questions and panels we explore. This introduction explains that we aim to use our 20th anniversary to bring the forefront of public debate about the role of the state in the era of ever-growing information collection about citizens and the place of data protection in modern democracies. The debates today will discuss the role of data protection, its possibilities and limitations, its successes and also missed opportunities in contributing to the development of the democratic society fundamentals. We have gathered minds who, while broadly committed to protecting human privacy, can critically examine the meaning of the fundamental right to privacy and data protection in today's reality. But why? Why focus on the protection of the data in the public authorities? Why to discuss the democracy? Why to discuss it instead of simply celebrating the 20th anniversary? As EDPS, we have a specific mandate that gives us the particular perspective among data protection authorities. Over the last 20 years, we have looked beyond big tech and beyond GDPR. We have looked at the EU institutions, and we have seen them as a broader reflection of issues as arising from the data processing in the public authorities. What we worry is the most important. And you know, I come from academic society, and I'm a lawyer as well. So if you are an academic lawyer and something worries you, you either start investigation or you make a conference. What we worried about were increasing data collection by the governments, national security being used to justify the more intrusive measures, the rise of populism and radicalism challenging the human rights foundations of the European Union. Yes, we worry about these things, but there are more concerns. The very reason for this summit, the worry that data protection is often helpless against the threat by state. Today, we want to reflect on why it is. Can we do anything better? Whether it's in terms of concepts and norms of the implementations. Are there lessons from these 20 years that can inform and improve our practice? In other words, we want to analyze the application of the data protection in the context of public authorities as a gateway to the broader reflection on data protection and its functioning. We aim to use our 20th anniversary and the 20 years of experience and immense development in data protection as the starting point for the successful journey for another 20 years. What at stake in this journey? Democracy. Do you think it's too pompous? Maybe. But too often, I feel that data protection is about itself. We're saying with the words of my predecessor, Giovanni Buttarelli, from his manifesto from 2019, I would say the rush to digitize has had an impact on society and environment, as well as on treasured norms, such as the rule of law, democracy. Indeed, these treasured norms require more than just the GDPR. We need to change our mindset of treating what is not covered by GDPR as a minor issue. So I look forward to today's discussion, and I encourage you to take part in it. First, we start with the basics, with the foundations. Daniele Nardi, from my legal service in the EDPS, will moderate the session reflecting on the objectives of data protection. The data protection serves as the fundamental right, both procedurally and substantially. Are we on the right track to meet these objectives? What does the protection of the personal data safeguards that cannot be secured through the other means. Next, Thomas Zerdik, head of the Supervision and Enforcement Unit in EDPS, will continue this reflection in the specific context of data protection's role in relation to the state. Is data protection effectively limiting the state and the state appetite for the data? Are the powers and the functions of the state and the societal needs they must meet sufficiently guaranteed and sufficiently governed by the data protection laws? Then Anna Buchta, who is the head of our policy and consultation team in EDPS, will address the somewhat forbidden fruit of data protection, national security, and the role of data protection should play in building the democratic oversight system. At the EDPS, we believe this is one of the most important things. And then Anna Kollaps from my cabinet will attempt to operationalize these reflections, moderating the session dedicated to addressing the problems of the data protection reactiveness. And finally, Kazimierz Ujazdowski, also from my cabinet, will invite his great partners and panelists to venture into the future, turning to the debate on the practical geopolitics. And I also invite you to attend the sessions organized by EDPS long-standing partners. You heard we have the session organized by our data protection officers of the EU institutions. We have the session organized by the academic institutions. We also have the session, the Agora, which is organized by the civil society movements. I thank them for responding to our invitations and creating their own Agora. Last but not least, you will have the chance to get to know the commemorative book that we present today. Ladies and gentlemen, today is not about GDPR. Today is about data protection as a discipline on how to impact our democracies. Unfortunately, to the broader public, this discipline is not very popular, and its effectiveness is contributing to the healthy democracy, still leaves room for improvement. The coming years will only amplify the challenges and the struggles. Thank you very much for joining us at EDPS Summit, and I hope that we will have wonderful discussion today that will leave a lot in your minds. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first panel of today's summit, celebrating 20 years of the EDPS. I am Daniele Nardi. I am the Legal Service Officer of the EDPS. I have the privilege and the honor to moderate the first panel. Today's first panel has a very nice, I would say, stellar roster of panelists. I'm very glad that they accepted our invitation. And without further ado, I will present them. They have the task of introducing this day. And therefore, we will ask general questions about data protection. But I wouldn't want to call them necessarily general. I would prefer, and that's what I said to the panelists when we briefly discussed in advance of this panel, that we're going to try to be a bit philosophical, which is, of course, you know, a danger. But the idea is really to open up this summit with some reflection on why really we have data protection. So to discuss this, I have first from my left, Professor Linsky, Orla. Orla is Associate Professor at the London School of Economics. She is visiting professor at the College of Europe in Bruges, and she published extensively on data protection matters, but also on technology regulation issues. And I noticed that in 2015, you wrote a book that goes by the title, The Foundations of EU Data Protection Law. And although some time has passed, I could not avoid but mentioning such your contribution. And now you are more inquiring into the complete and effective nature of data protection law. You are a joint editor-in-chief for the International Data Privacy Law, and you contribute to several publications. Thanks for being with us. Next, we have Madam Vice President Vera Jourova, Vice President of the Commission in charge of values and transparency. As you know, as we all know, in her portfolio, there is also democracy, rule of law, media pluralism, and the fight against misinformation. Under the previous mandate of the Commission, Madam Vice President served as Commissioner for Justice, Consumers, and Gender Equality, and thank you for honoring us with your presence. Next, we have Gary Davis. Gary is Global Senior Director for Privacy and Law Enforcement at Apple. Before being Apple's man on privacy and data protection, he also worked in the Irish Data Protection Commission and in the Irish Prime Minister's office. Thank you for being with us, Gary. And remaining in this Irish trend, we have Commissioner Des Hogan. Welcome. Des Hogan is Commissioner for Data Protection, but he's also the current chairman of the Irish Data Protection Commission since February this year. He was appointed after having been in the past Chief State Solicitor, and you also worked as Chief Executive in the Irish Human Rights Commission. So you have a background which is very relevant and useful for this panel. Thanks for being here. And finally, we have Advocate General Henrik Saugmansgaard-Ö, and little disclaimer, he trained me on how to pronounce his family name. So I should have got it almost right. Henrik is partner as Gorrissen Federspiel in Copenhagen, and as I said, he has previously served as Advocate General at the European Court of Justice, and as this audience knows, he was involved in very many important data protection cases. Probably this is even an understatement. Thanks to my panelists. Without further ado, we are conveniently late, but not even too much. My aim is to leave time for some question and answers at the end. I will ask my panelists, despite the philosophical nature of this panel, to contain their intervention to 3-4 minutes, but I will not be too tyrannic, hopefully, but in case I can be. And without further ado, let's start with Orla, Professor Linsky. Let's start with you as representative of academia. So, behind the protection of every fundamental right lies a struggle against power, or to put it perhaps more mildly, the aspiration to protect people against abuses of power. And traditionally, individuals needed to be protected against the power of the state. But if there is a field where there is a need for protection, not just from the power of the state, but also from powerful private actors, this field is the protection of personal data. But having said that, maybe it would be useful to start this panel, to start the discussion today with a reflection on what really lies at the root of data protection. And perhaps to answer this question, we need to go to a famous debate, perhaps, at least in the circle of connoisseurs. But what is data protection protecting that privacy is not? Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Daniele. And if I might begin just by saying thank you for the invitation to participate today. And I say this because the Office of the European Data Protection Supervisor, past and present, has always been so supportive of academic research and so engaged with academic research. And I think you could already get a glimpse this morning from the opening remarks that there's still an academic spirit beneath the European Data Protection Supervisor's Office. And on this question also, the work of the European Data Protection Supervisor, I think, has helped to advance our understanding of the meaning of the rights to data protection and the right to respect for private life. So going to your question as to what is the root of the right to data protection, I would say that this is fundamentally about power. So data protection recognises that control over data processing and control over data processing operations can itself be a source of power, whether that is done by the private sector or whether that is done by the public sector. And that control over data processing operations can be used clearly for societal benefits, but it can also be used in a way that leads to various information-induced harms across a wide range of fundamental rights. And so what the right to data protection does is to impose a kind of structure or a rigor on data processing operations in order to mitigate against those data-induced or information-induced harms. And so it does this, as I had investigated in earlier work, through giving individuals rights in relation to personal information, but as a lot of the scholarly literature has observed since, the idea of individual control over personal data is not in itself going to act as an effective mitigator against this power. So it also imposes principles on personal data processing. So those kind of principles like fairness, purpose limitation, data minimization, and also at the end of data processing processes, an effective oversight system. So I would say at its root, we are talking about a structure that tries to mitigate the impact of data as power. And then how is this different from what we see in terms of the right to respect for private life? Well, here I think our understanding of this question is really advancing in recent years. And I think you can start to see this distinction play out more and more in practice. So I would say that data protection and privacy are heavily overlapping rights, and that they could be brought even closer through a very liberal interpretation of the right to privacy. However, at the moment, you could say there's an institutional dimension to data protection. So the fact that the right to data protection requires independent oversight, which is absent from the right to respect for private life. And we're seeing that in the UK, for example, where legislation was proposed that would significantly hinder the independence of the regulator, and that was because of the absence of a right to data protection, I would say. But also very substantively, data protection gives us more rights in relation to more information than privacy. And a really good example of this is the right to respect for private life applies to information in which we have a reasonable expectation of privacy. But we avoid going down that rabbit hole of what is a reasonable expectation of privacy in data protection, which allows us to extend the data protection framework to things like data scraping on the internet, where even though the information is publicly available, we can still consider that the way in which that information is used might lead to information-induced harms. So I think this distinction is really starting to come of age now.
Thank you, Orla. I think it's really, what struck me is your reference to the institutional side of it. And in a way, institutionalizing the protections and enshrining them in the GDPR has been one of the effective ways in which individuals could finally be protected. And this allowed me to really move to you, Madam Vice President, because you have been at the center of really important years for data protection. Under your watch, the GDPR, which is this tool that gives the possibility for individuals to protect themselves against various forms of powers. And as we heard, it really empowers them to do so. Well, this tool has been adopted, as I said, during your tenures. So I know that you will not be seeking another mandate. So I wanted to ask you, following what we just heard, what would you advise your successor to watch out? What would be the key message? And more generally, after 10 years, have your views evolved on the need and on the usefulness of data protection rules?
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. You mentioned that I'm finishing in the commission. There will be the day after, and I'm happy I got the advice from Mr. WIEWIÓROWSKI, who said that he is academic and lawyer. I will become academic and lawyer after the 1st of January. Your advice was to organize a conference. Happy to know what I will be doing in January next year. But indeed, I will be really carefully watching who will be the successor, because I have on my table not only the protection of fundamental rights, which include privacy, but also rule of law, protection of democracy, protection of people against abuse online, and you can do this by different ways. There is no one recipe or advice how to do it. I would warn against doing it from the technological point of view. So I will be watching who will be doing the job. In my view, it should not be a technologist who will know into details the things connected with the protection of privacy. Because I think that as a regulator, as a legislator and politician, you have to zoom out a little bit and see, especially this philosophical and societal aspect. Neither technologist nor activist or even fanatic, because of course working in the field of data protection, you simply have to also listen to those who speak about economy and security, because it's a triangle. Privacy as an individual right, economy which requires trust of consumers, but still economy is a big factor, and security. I think that my follower will do the job in the time of increased demand of the society on security. We live in a kind of, I don't want to say dangerous time, but nervous time, when we have to get used to different new kinds of risks and threats. And in such period of time, the people always want the state to be stronger, and people who want to be more secure, that's why they ask the state to guarantee that. So then, of course, we might see bigger pressure from the states to be able to get into the private data of people. So, in other words, the pendulum between individual rights, protection of privacy, and security, which means stronger state, might have a tendency to go more to the side of the strong state. I don't wish so, but I just see the societal atmosphere. So my follower will have to be strong and be able to defend the individual rights of people. What was the second question?
The second question is about data protection and...
My God, this is all about data protection.
Yes, indeed,
Help
indeed.
me more.
It's not about AI, strangely. Although, no, the question was more whether your views have evolved in those 10 years, whether there is something that has changed in how you approach data protection.
Yeah, well, this shouldn't be a discussion about GDPR, but I have to speak about GDPR, replying on this question, because GDPR was a lonely sheriff in the place of in the field of digital regulation, several years alone, and then we started to regulate further things. Data Act, Data Governance Act, Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act, Health Data Safety, plus the jewel on the crown, the AI Act. I was working on all of that. And always I was the one who was saying, let's calm down. We have the basic pillar. We have the GDPR, we have the data of people well protected in the EU. So we can build everything else around that. So GDPR served as a central pillar, center point. Some of my colleagues say it's more construction side, so choose whether you are verticals or horizontals. But GDPR played absolutely essential role, and everything what came later was complementing and building on GDPR, because GDPR is first of all basic principle that the privacy of people is fundamental right, which is in all constitutions of our member states, and which deserves the highest level of protection.
Thank you very much. Gary, I would like to move to you. We've heard Madam Vice President indicating the particular crossroad we are at in these days, where there is an increased demand for security. And I know that Apple has always placed emphasis on data protection. It has clearly become a great branding strategy, and perhaps it's also very suited to Apple's original and originary business model. So one of the questions of this panel is, why do we need data protection? Why do companies need data protection? And maybe a follow-up to this question is, I know that Apple has recently announced the launch of Apple Intelligence, and it has maintained its focus on in-device processing, but with some exception, in particular whenever the artificial intelligence task cannot be processed in the device. I was wondering whether this will change somehow the way in which Apple deals with data protection, and how Apple also, I know that, resists to when those demands for including security are becoming more and more pressing. If you can develop on this, so why do companies need data protection first?
I might need more than 4 minutes to answer all of that, but
I'll give you 4:30.
okay. And I might hopefully come back to the second question, which I've heard called the pendulum. I also, WOJCIECH spoke about it in a lot of detail as well, in terms of the need to balance the interest from a state perspective and an individual data protection perspective. And I would like to say a lot more about that shortly. But first of all, thank you very much, Danielle and WOJCIECH and team, for inviting me along. It is a true privilege for me to be even say a few words at such an event. Those of you who know me will know that I had a close personal relationship with Giovanni that went back to 2006 when I first became the Deputy Commissioner in Ireland. Giovanni was a huge personal influence on me. I miss him, and I know that he is smiling down upon us today. And I know he will be mentioned many other times. Those of you who know that will also know that Giovanni also had a huge influence on Apple's CEO, Tim Cook. They met many times, not publicly often. Tim was listening to Giovanni's words in guiding Apple as to how we think about privacy. Not as a branding strategy, I shall be very clear. The feelings are very strong in terms of how we wish to put users at the center of how they manage their data. And Tim actually would have wanted to be here today, and actually we tried quite hard to see if we could make it work. But unfortunately for you, you're stuck with me as a result. So I will try and do a little bit of justice to that. In terms of the announcements that we made just last week on Gen AI, yes, you're absolutely correct, Danielle. We've had to think about how do we offer a compelling Gen AI experience for our users while remaining true to our North Star, which is privacy. And yes, we have had a huge focus on on-device processing, because our view is if the processing is taking place on the device, well then it is far more likely that the data will be protected and that it will not be used in a way that is surprising for a user. It also so happens that when you can do something on device, you will actually likely get a more powerful, no latency kind of experience. So it works well both from a privacy and a customer experience perspective. But Gen AI obviously has some huge processing requirements associated with it, all of which cannot be met on device. So I think the simple thing to do would have been to go, cool, let's just move it all to the server and do it there, and we'll just explain to users that there's some trade-offs involved here. But that's not who we are as Apple. We would not offer our Apple Intelligence offerings if we were not able to extend the protections which we have for users on the device to what we are doing in the cloud. So in fact, we are offering something that's called, I don't want this to be marketing in any way, but I think it's kind of beneficial to just talk about the principles. We're offering something that we're calling private cloud compute, which is a way in which the request from the user will be computed in some cases in the cloud, but always in a way whereby the request is fulfilled and then no record of it will be retained. Apple will not be able to look at the request or retain any record of it. And then crucially, because obviously, there's a big request there that we trust, that people trust us, we will be providing for verifiable transparency associated with it. So security researchers will have access to how it is taking place. That's a very important step. And the reason we're doing that is, I think, a principle that will likely, overlay the whole day, which is that without trust from individuals that their data is going to be protected, they will not use services. They will not use Apple services. They will be careful about using other services. They will not trust the state, which is something that Madam Vice President spoke about there, maybe not in those precise terms, but I think it's something that overlays our conversation. And so I feel as we think about what are we protecting here, we are protecting trust so that individuals can in fact participate in a way that they have confidence. If they don't have that confidence, then they will start to draw back, and everybody loses in a situation where individuals cannot trust either the companies that they're engaging with or the state that they're engaging with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. Trust. I think it's, indeed, you're right, I think it's a key word that might certainly come back in the discussions today. And it allows me to move to our panelist who's an enforcer. Commissioner Hogan, you are sitting on an important chair for enforcement of data protection, and you're certainly not new to matters related to fundamental rights, but perhaps we can say you're relatively new, if you forgive your moderator, to data protection matters. But this actually makes your presence in this panel, I think, even more valuable, because you can give really your view with the benefit, so to say, of the newcomer. And I would like you the floor, to leave you the floor to give your general answer to the question, what is data protection protecting, which is the topic of this panel, but maybe surfing on what Gary said, enforcement indeed comes after that form of trust has been somehow betrayed, and it's up to you to find out that there's been this betrayal. And sometimes, and here I'm a bit more negative than Gary, sometimes I think people are more interested by the shiny new technological novelty. Everyone likes innovation, and they might forgive me if I'm a bit paternalistic, perhaps they might forget a bit protection of personal data. But I stand to be contradicted, of course, if you want so. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. And I suppose you're right. Today is 4 months since I took up office with my fellow Commissioner Dale Sutherland in the Irish Commission. And I think just at the start to congratulate WOJCIECH and EDPS. In the European Data Protection Board, we very much respect and support the work of our colleagues in the EDPS. So again, congratulations today and thank you for the invitation. Your question is, what is data protection protecting? For me, I go back to the Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. So it starts with values, it starts with principles. And then the question goes to what, again, as Orla said, the regulators, because it is very part of the picture in the Charter. There are independent authorities in each state, and our role is to ensure the protection of the rights in the GDPR and in the Charter. And we're very busy. There are an awful lot on our plates. There's a lot coming at us, and we have individual complaints which we must deal with. We also have, I suppose, we have more systemic areas which we look at. So it's a question of looking at what is the greatest risk and how we can address those risks. So I suppose in the Irish Commission, if you look at some of the work we have done, we had a focus in our regulatory strategy, which is still ongoing, into children's rights. So in the Instagram and TikTok inquiries, that was looking at those questions about, public by default. And of course, the risk, what is the risk to children, risk of exploitation, risk of abuse, risk of data theft, risk of identity theft. And this brings me back again, before I go on to those inquiries, into data protection is about identity. 6 years on from the GDPR, coming into this area from outside, it strikes me that the world is different. It's only 6 years, but the world is different. If we look at younger people, we look at how they interact with, with technology, with their phones. Not only are they spending more time on their phones, they're spending more of their personality on their phones or on their devices. They're spending more of their future on their phones and on their devices. So this is something societal which challenges us. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights looked at power, as Orla said, that was coming from the state. And now in the GDPR, we have the state and we have the non-state actors as well, which brings with us challenges. So those inquiries, just to come back to those, what was the risk? It was the risk to those rights of children. So they resulted in infringements with our common regulators with the consistency mechanism in cooperation in the GDPR. And we imposed corrective measures, so there was, I think, 740 million in fines. But the fines are not the end of the story, because the more important for me is the corrective measures. So in both those cases, there were a number of corrective measures which were directed to the controllers, and it was to fix the problem, so you will not have the harm continuing into the future. And so I'm happy to say, I think, Dale, we can say that we're coming to the close of those corrective measures with those two controllers, where we are satisfied with the measures they have taken to address those corrective measures. I should say that there is litigation, but I suppose the pleasing thing, notwithstanding the court cases, is the fact that the companies have engaged in terms of fixing the problem. Because again, what is data protection protecting? We have to make sure it's not just protecting the rights which were being surfaced 6 years ago. We have to think about today, and we have to think about tomorrow. So, but it is an open question. It is a question for us regulators. What are we protecting, and are we doing, what are we doing, and are we doing it in the right areas? It is an open question. It is something which we continue need to challenge ourselves and be challenged by civil society and by, by our by the controllers, by society. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. I was particularly struck by your reference to data protection also as a tool to protect identity, and you made several examples, and I think that's very topical because it goes at the core of the self-standing nature and essence of the right. But I would say that in legal terms, and I turn now to the Advocate General that we have among us, Eric, yes, of course, data protection has this inner core, this mission that enables protection of identity and ultimately protection of freedom against power, as we started this panel. We started this panel with this reflection. But can't we see it actually also as a gateway right? So a right that enables other rights to be protected and enforced. Maybe this aspect has grown in importance in the last years. Would you agree with this? Or should we focus the discussion in general on the autonomy of data protection, for example, in relation to privacy? Or should we instead look at data protection also as an enabler of other rights?
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. And big congratulations to the EDPS for its 20th anniversary. It's, in my opinion, a hugely important institution that we have in the EU. Data protection is fundamental in a democratic society. I looked up on your website this morning, and you have 5 reasons to respect it. First of all, that's obvious, it's a fundamental right protected by law in the Charter. It helps to build trust, it's already been mentioned, and it also prevents fraud and cybercrimes. If we look at the Charter, it's striking, and I had the privilege back in 2000 to help the representative, the Danish Prime Minister, in negotiating the Charter. It's quite striking that it has its own provision, because if you compare it with the Human Rights Convention, you have an article on private life, but in the Charter you both have an article on private life and data protection. So there is a huge emphasis on that fundamental right. We can go all the way back to the Greek philosophers. Aristotle told us that we need to distinguish between oikos, the private family life, and polis, the scene where you are in the public. And the protection of your private life has throughout history been extremely important. I must say, when I had the privilege of being Advocate General in the Tele2 Watson case, it was a real eye-opener for me. There, of course, it was a balancing of fundamental rights. And I will come back to what Madam Vice President said, the strong state that we need in times of insecurity. There is also an Article 6 in the Charter that gives people the right to have security. And that is, of course, invoked by member states in order to combat, for example, terrorist attacks. And we've seen it in the French terrorist attacks that there were a huge demand for that kind of information to find the perpetrators. So you have on one side Article 6 and on the other side Article 7 and 8, and you need to balance them against each other. That's what the court did in that decision. And it is a very, very difficult task, because the information you can get from data retention schemes are quite important. I mean, imagine people, why do you need to phone a defense lawyer? Why do you need a divorce lawyer? Why do you have to talk to a psychologist because you sent him an SMS? Where were you last night? You can see the exact location. So these reveals of private lives is quite important. And I was struggled, must say, by that case. And then I remembered very clearly, because I was not completely followed by the court in it. My appreciation was that the national laws in Sweden and the UK were to some extent correct. There was a balancing of the need for security against the right to private life and the safeguards for that. The court went a little stronger and said, we'll put more emphasis on Article 7 and 8 in its judgment. And if you remember the famous German movie Das Leben der Anderen, the lives of the others. If you had the technology means that we have today and put them into that film, you kind of get the idea of what the court is looking at here. So a more strong protection of private life and data protection. And I must admit here, in full openness, that I tend to agree with that judgment now after a couple of years. That has been revised a little bit, and we also had in WOJCIECH and most recently in a case by the full court, where it has been moderated slightly. We've seen it also with the Schrems 2 case, where I was also Advocate General on the data transfer to the US. There it is another balance that we need to have, and that's an economic one. The possibility to do trade with the US and at the same time accepting a certain risk to exposure of personal data in third countries. Also extremely difficult task where we need to weigh up against each other the interest. And the interests are not small here. We are talking about, and we were informed at the court, we're talking about up to 4% of the gross national product in Europe if we could not do trade with the US. And it would be a paradox if it would be more difficult to trade with the US, our closest ally, than, for example, with India and China, where we have more, because we have more information about the American surveillance programs that we do of the Indian and the Chinese. So there's a lot of very, very interesting question that comes up here, and I can say to you, it is by far the easiest task that the court have had to deal with, and also for me personally. So I look forward to today's discussions on these extremely interesting topics. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, since it's not every day that I can be the one asking questions to an Advocate General, I would like to continue with you and surfing on what you just said. Well, this panel aims to discuss, as we said, basic questions. And while I was listening to you and thinking about the data retention line of case law, coming back a bit to this panel and joining the two reflections, I was thinking, has not data protection become a bit too complicated in practice? Or perhaps this is normal. For example, if we have to let law enforcement authorities do their job and prosecute crime and satisfy the demand of security, which, as you suggested, is also enshrined in the Charter in Article 6, they need the tool to do that. But, you know, to strike that balance, the court seemed to have gone into very many levels of details. I liked your comparison with le goût des autres, or the taste of others. I don't dare to pronounce it in German. What's your feeling about this? Is there, for data protection to achieve its aim, is it the case law becoming too complicated, or is this inevitable if we want to strike this balance between security, for example, and the protection of the right of persons?
It is certainly extremely complicated. Just to recall slightly, I mean, the court said in Tele 2, Sverige, that you can only have a targeted retention scheme, not a general one, because you cannot put the full population under surveillance just to combat crimes, and it can only be used for serious crimes. Now, in the WOJCIECH, that was nuanced a little bit, so you can have a general retention scheme if it is to protect national security, for example, the threat of terrorism. And most recently in the WOJCIECH from April in the full court. And full court is all the judges, so it's all 27 judges sitting on the bench. That is very rare that happens. That was to, again, to nuance the case law a little bit, so now it can also, this information can be used to combat less serious crime, for example, copyright infringements on the internet, because that's the only proof that you have is that kind of data. That in itself is complicated, but I would also just say the Schrems 2 judgment I've had to, as a lawyer, to look at a few times after I left the court is in itself striking, because the court accepts, by accepting the validity of the standard clauses, in my opinion, accepts an inherent risk. So if you have standard clauses to trade with, I'm not talking about the US now, but other third countries, with these extra safeguards, you're actually accepting there's a risk in doing that. And I think we need to live with that risk. So we should maintain a high protection, but accept we have to balance it and live with some sort of risk, because we do need to trade with the outside world. But I admit it is extremely complicated, but today's life has also become quite complicated.
Thank you. Gary, I think you wanted to say something more about, law enforcement, access by law enforcement authorities, and this delicate balancing that we just discussed with reference to the case law of the court. Is that so, or am I wrong?
No, I'm always happy to talk about that. In fact, I was briefly, yes, I will certainly do it. I also wanted to just, I guess, broaden it out a little bit more. Certainly on the law enforcement side, Apple has been at the forefront of, I guess, taking positions on that. What we've seen, I guess, over many years is trying to find that balance for states having access to data and individuals having an ability to feel that it's protected. From Apple's perspective, we've obviously championed end-to-end encryption. We have a particular view in relation to end-to-end encryption, whether it's on the device, whether it's on some of our communication services, whether it's now the cloud. But that's something which has continuously faced questions. So we've seen in the last year a question as to how can we meet our GDPR obligations, let's call them, to protect data and the fundamental right that people have, we would feel, for their data to be protected while it's with Apple and elsewhere. There's a question now, if I look at the update in the UK, for instance, to the Investigatory Powers Act, which would now require companies like Apple, who are providing services into the UK, to check with the Home Office before we make a security update that could remove data which the law enforcement authorities have access today from their ability to make a request for it in the future. What that effectively means is that our ability to continue on the path that we have been on over many years, which is to ever more reduce the surface area of data that we have access to for good security reasons, because we all know that when companies have data, some attacker or other party will seek to get their hands on it, that now will be subject to review by Home Office authorities in the UK if we make those updates anywhere in the world. Not just if we make them in the UK, but if we make them anywhere in the world. So we as Apple spoke out quite strongly, actually, on that issue, but the law passed, so we will see in due course how that plays out. But I do think it's very important, before we get too complacent here and feel too comfortable in our seats, we see very similar patterns now playing out here in Europe, which I think has been the subject of the conversation. We do face requests right now from authorities in Europe to retain data associated with your use of iMessage and FaceTime. We face requests for interception of those services. That's happening now. We face, just last week, the high-level group on access to data for law enforcement purposes published 42 recommendations on how to better work together. Most of those recommendations are good. I would actually recommend them. Those recommendations about how law enforcement authorities should work together, share information, cooperate, make sure that they have a great understanding of what's happening. But contained within there is the exact same issue we've all been hearing for many years, which is that there should be a, let's call it a backdoor, in certain situations into certain services. And we all know, I believe in this room, that there can be no such backdoor which does not compromise the security of every service user. And so from my point of view, in that, Apple speaks about it. I'm speaking about it today. I hear civil society speaking about it. I would encourage you all to read Edry's excellent blog post on the report of the high-level working group. But actually, I'm kind of disappointed. I don't often hear the voices of the EU data protection authorities on some issues. I see Commissioner Kelber here in front of me. I hear his voice on encryption. I certainly hear the EDPS often. But I think there is a very important voice which has been missing, and that is data protection authorities, who perhaps sometimes are more driven by the need to focus on enforcement issues, not actually taking strong public positions on something which is extremely important for this community, which is how do we feel about that balance to be struck. And there's been other areas. We've launched app tracking transparency a few years ago, really designed to protect data so that it wouldn't be used for advertising purposes. Again, we heard from some people, we did not hear from others. And the issue is that when your voices are not heard, you leave the stage to other voices who have other interests, in that particular instance, advertisers who have been making their voices known. And that's something which I'd hope through forums like this, that people will think about where can their voices be heard and be influential, because they will need to be heard. As Madam President, Vice President indicated, the pendulum is swinging, and we should be very aware of how it's swinging. Thank you.
Thank you. I know that there are reactions in the panel. Please, Madam Vice President.
You see, less and less we need your questions. But I think it should be like that we react on each other. First, what Gary just said about the recommendation. Well, it was interesting last week because we had Justice and Home Affairs Council. Home Affairs was first, Ministers of Home Affairs, so the Masters of Security. Then the second day, it was Justice. It was also with my participation, where, if I simplify, there were more the people who should protect privacy. Yeah? So those two worlds. And I realized how much it is true that we go through permanent rebalancing of those powers and those two principles, Article 6 and 7. Because what the Home Affairs side proposed in the recommendation, it was something I had to react the next day by saying, wait a minute, it's recommendation, okay, there are good things, but if we would speak about hard law, we would really have to think over whether the balance is there, yeah? So it was rebalancing in practice. I don't want to say that you don't have to follow all the recommendations. I just want to say that the protection of privacy is still there. Another example, e-evidence regulation. It was parked in the parliament for years. And I was promoting this because we needed swifter access to data, to evidence on serious crimes, swifter cross-border exchange. It was parked because there was an argument of fundamental rights, but the right of security is also fundamental right. Yeah? So I just saw in the parliament that, yes, the LIBE committee, where there are very devoted people for privacy, is not balanced by maybe equally strong committee which would cover the security things. It's also maybe something which we will see changing. So e-evidence has I know.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
90 seconds.
No, more. 3.
2 minutes.
Yes, go ahead.
Evidence is important for our cooperation with the United States because under their Cloud Act, they have a possibility to take the data from Europe. We need the same thing. We need the reciprocity. I will finish with 2 things. AI Act, if you read it, it's very precisely balanced. The access to data from law enforcement side was very precisely formulated because we believe that the technology can be of big help for fight against serious crime. But it must have limits because privacy of people is at stake. And last, and it's the painful story, the protection of children against sexual abuse. Now, as we speak, the ambassadors speak about that because the Commission proposed, yes, let's propose the method or the rule that even encrypted messaging can be broken for the sake of better protection of children. And it was the most horrible moment in what I experienced in this dilemma between security and privacy, because with bleeding heart, as somebody who is protecting privacy, I had to say, well, the abuse of children online is so horrific, and the statistics is so terrible that we have to do more for the children. These dilemmas will continue.
Thank you. If this panel had to be a bit of an hors d'oeuvre for the day, now with your intervention, Madam Vice President, we have a full buffet to choose from, and luckily we have many other panels where I think the topics are so crucial.
I'm not the only one on the menu.
No, thanks. Orla, do you want to react? What are your thoughts? And then I can't see my time manager, which is good because I would leave still time for a couple of questions. 1 question, half a question. Go ahead in the meantime, Orla.
Okay, maybe if I just pick up on 2 points then that have been made so far. So the first around backdoors to encryption. So I might have a slightly different take on Apple's ATT than Gary, but on backdoors to encryption, I do think bringing this back to the right to data protection, there will be an interesting question there about whether or not you could say that those kind of legislation that mandates a backdoor to encryption respects the essence of the right to data protection in terms of ensuring appropriate security and organizational measures. And I do think this is one area where we could possibly test what has been largely an academic issue so far around the essence of rights. The second thing then, just kind of stepping back from the kind of data retention saga as we've seen it so far, I do think it's necessary to query to what extent in Europe we want to normalize general surveillance of entire populations in the absence of a serious crime, for example. So I think when you start to pose the counterfactual, you get to the court's kind of starting point from Digital Rights Ireland onwards. And then what we've seen since, I think, is very much a product of the fact that the right to data protection in Europe, and I would say the EU as a fundamental rights actor as a whole, is very much constrained by the competences of the EU and by its legal and institutional context. That the court here has been dealing with the right, which is defined in part through legislation, and so it's had to take into account institutional balance with the other European institutions, but also an attempt to avoid, I would say, a constitutional crisis with the member states, constitutional courts and national legislatures. And so this is, I think, almost coming close to a negotiated settlement in this area to try to get to an appropriate balance that respects fundamental rights in this area.
Thank you. So, I see people coming, but who has the question? Please. If you can introduce yourself, thanks a lot.
Hello, my name is Johnny Ryan. I work for a civil rights organization, but I spent some time in industry. It's a question for Madame Jourova, and it's a question really in your thinking about your successor, there appear to me to be many domains where there isn't a balance between data protection and security, but more a complementarity. And it feels that that's unexploited at the moment. Let me give you an example. We have, I'm Irish, in our very meager military establishment, we have Chinese internet connected, facial recognition cameras installed live now. My wife is half Danish, it's the same in the Danish military. I'm talking about Hikvision, same at Tahua, they're all over the place. Now that's a matter of enforcement by competent authorities in the member states. But we haven't seen that, and it's clear there that what data protection would be protecting is not only the right to privacy and data protection, but also national security. So there's many examples where the failure of enforcement is exposing Europe to serious security harms. And I just wonder, yes, I understand this point that Henrik made as well about the balance to be made, but actually there's probably a much wider area where they're complementary. And hopefully the next Commission might engage with that a little bit more.
May I? Thank you for this question, because speaking about balance between two principles, we have a tendency, including me, to speak about the balance between two extremes, which is not true. It is connected. And I think that especially in light of the current security threats, the data protection field will inevitably have to work together with the security powers or entities. I will give you several examples where I believe the next Commission and next Commissioner will have to focus on. The Commissioner dealing with data protection in relation to security. First of all, I think that we will need stronger action against the illegal spyware. There is a lot of it. We have a headache because some member states, the states are using it, in some cases abusing it against political opponents or journalists. I will not name them, you can imagine. 3 dots. But I'm finishing, I could start naming, no?
Please.
Read our rule of law report in July and you will know who they are. But for the data protection authorities, of course, there is the issue of the illegal spyware in the private hands. This is prohibited, and it is a security threat. Second, espionage, cybercrime of different kinds. Of course, the DPAs and data protection experts will be needed to disclose that. So cooperation with the secret services, for instance. Third, foreign interference of many different kinds. I will not go into details, but believe me, our enemies abroad have big fantasy how to use technology against us. We cannot afford to be much slower and less creative than them. That's why, because the abuse of technologies also contains stealing of private data and micro-targeting, which leads to brainwashing of people through very well-targeted propaganda, well, we have to at least understand what's happening, that this micro-targeting is happening. You run the process against TikTok. We do the same thing. It's about the protection of children, but you do the work about the transfers of data to China, possible transfers of data to China. Well, we need to push them to create the clouds as they promised, because to transfer the data to China means a huge security issue. Again, the work for the data protection zone. And I could continue, but there are several things where we have to say it's not that easy, that it's the conflict between one and second. Yeah? And let's use all the capacities we have for protection of privacy of people, also for helping the security side, because there is no sharp contradiction.
Do I have other questions from the audience? You're being shy? Or am I blinded by the...
They want coffee, no?
Well, if there are no further questions, I have to really thank you. It has been a really insightful discussion and hopefully a very good start for the day. There will be time to move from the appetizer to the other courses of this meal. And thanks a lot for your very insightful contribution. Thank you.
Yes, could you hear us?
Yes, Agnes will be here in 5 minutes. It's just the assistant testing.
Okay, hi.
Hi, so I will just switch on my camera to check.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah?
Perfect. It works well. Just give us a second that we test it on the big screen.
Thank you.
It's a bit noisy, sorry, but people are we finished late, so people are leaving the room.
No worries, no worries.
We should start at 11, but I don't think we will start. We should start at 11, but people are still exiting the room for the coffee break.
Okay.
Perhaps we'll be 5-10 minutes later.
Okay, so I could tell her because she's in another meeting, so I would not. So you estimate that it will start after 12?
Yes, let me get back to you in a second because I'm waiting confirmation from the other moderators.
But the camera is working.
Pour moi, le Webex, c'est pas mal. For me, the Webex is in.
Okay.
Maybe you can check the.
Do you want to check it on the big screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, let me hide the people without the. Oh, what it is.
In this case, we have on the big screen.
Okay.
And we put the camera.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, she can see the panelist.
Okay.
And during the panel,
Mm-hmm.
I play the video all the panel.
Well, on
the screen.
Yes.
Like she's on the stand on the chair.
Yeah, play the video like this. It's fine.
Okay.
And then later. Okay, sounds good. Do you see the room? So it will appear like this.
Okay, and the audio is also clear.
Yeah, the only problem, sorry, I'm trying to move away from the light. The only problem will be that when she's talking, she will basically see herself.
Oh, okay.
So because what you see here as the room, it's what we actually stream.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so but she would see there the chair still, so she would have an idea.
No, well, actually, she will see her face.
Ah, okay. All right. Well,
it's correct, no?
Mm-hmm.
When she's talking,
yes,
she will see herself in the room. Yeah. So.
No.
Okay.
Camera.
So okay.
We will change this.
Okay.
We'll play the camera, and on the screen we will see the face.
Okay.
On the screen.
You will see the big camera. Okay. Yes. So you will see like it is now. So
okay.
You will see the chairs, but not really the speaker.
No.
Close
okay.
face.
And for the timing, should she be ready by noon, or it's noon in Estonia, so 11?
So let me see. Okay, so we will start with 10 minutes delay. So 10 past 11.
Mm-hmm.
But
okay, I will inform her.
Okay.
Okay.
So I keep the meeting open.
I will just switch off the camera and mute myself. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want one thing, you will see when it started. But I will also place you a message on the chat when we are about to start. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and see you later.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Je vais changer le poste.
Yeah, yeah, go, please.
Hi, can I just, would it be possible 5 minutes before to let me know so I can, or a bit more,
But
5
we
to
will
7
start-
minutes so I can
We
go
will
pick
start
up the
sharp,
there.
huh? We will start sharp.
So 12:10.
Yes.
Okay, okay, clear. Thank you.
Hello, colleagues. Please take a seat. We are a bit late, so we need to start. So try to sit as quickly as possible. Thank you so much.
Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to panel 2. Given the focus of our summit and the particular role of the EDPS, today on this panel we aim to deepen our discussion on the role of data protection with respect to state actions. And as you know, the EDPS is supervising more than 70 European Union institutions, bodies, offices and agencies representing the full spectrum of EU public administration. We actively engage with them on a daily basis by responding to their queries, conducting investigations or audits, and through outreach initiatives such as the EDPS DPO network. Here in the EU, the law mandates that public authorities follow the same or similar data protection rules as private entities, extending this to law enforcement as well. And the rationale is, obviously, that the state's potential for privacy intrusion, which has historically been the impetus for data protection laws, should not be underestimated and thus should be governed by equivalent data protection principles and obligations. My name is Thomas Zerdik. I am working in the EDPS as the head of unit for supervision and enforcement, and I'd like to ask all of us today, what have we learned from the approach? Is data protection effectively curbing the EU's public administration data collection practices? Do these laws sufficiently address the unique powers and societal functions of the EU public administration? And additionally, with the recent advances in database interoperability across the EU, are current data protection laws adequately capturing these developments? With me today are 4 distinguished individuals on the panel and online from 4 different EU agencies and bodies, each with a unique expertise on the subject matter. We have online with us Ms. Agnes Diallo, who is the Executive Director of the EU Agency for the Operational Management of Large-Scale IT Systems in the area of freedom, security and justice, or in short, EU LISA. She has over 20 years of experience supporting government-level institutions and private sector organizations in France and across Europe in the areas of digital identity, data protection, security, as well as business transformation, and Agnes joined EU LISA in 2023. To my left, we have Ms. Diana Alonso Blas, who is the Data Protection Officer and Head of the Data Protection Office at the EU Agency for Criminal Justice Cooperation, in short, Eurojust. Before Eurojust, she has worked at the Interdisciplinary Center for Law and Information Technology at the KU Leuven, the Belgian and Dutch data protection authorities, and the European Commission. Further to my left, we have Mr. Hans Leitens, who is the Executive Director of the European Border and Coast Guard Agency, Frontex. He serves since the 1st of March 2023. And before that, Hans has held positions as Commander of the Royal Netherlands Marechaussee and Governor of The Hague, and at the Dutch Ministry of the Interior and Kingdom Relations, he has worked in several leading positions at the highest management level. And then to my very left, we have Ms. Anu Talus, who is the chair of the European Data Protection Board, EDPB, which is an independent EU body set up by the General Data Protection Regulation. Anu has served as the Finnish Information Commissioner since autumn 2020. And before that, she worked as the Deputy Information Commissioner, and she also served as Senior Advisor at the Ministry of Justice for over 10 years. So I'd like to turn to Agnes online. Welcome, it's great to have you with us. And let me begin by asking, starting from the discussion that every public administration in a democratic society, including, of course, an EU public administration, needs to meet the citizens' expectations as to understanding what it does and checking if this EU public administration fulfills its mission lawfully and effectively. In data protection, and in particular with the data protection rules applicable to EU public administrations, the EU institutions are subject to regulations like the GDPR alongside national bodies, reflecting high standards across all the levels without huge differentiation. However, the specific roles and broader implications of EU actions sometimes leads to call for even stricter regulations for EU bodies. So my question to you, Agnes, is, should the EU public administration be subject to higher standards compared to national administrations? And how do you, and how does EU LISA see your role in this context, and what do you do in practice?
Thank you, Thomas, and a good morning to all of you. It's my pleasure to join you for such a topical question that, as you mentioned, is of the essence for what we do. As you underscored, I'm the Executive Director of EU LISA. So our mission with EU LISA is that we take care of what we call the digital backbone of the Schengen space. In short, some of you may know the agency. I would bet that most of you don't. And that comes with no surprise because our work is very much related to cybersecurity and to elements of confidence in the way we handle the matters we take care of. However, anytime you cross a border, anytime you travel outside the Schengen space, then you would be using a service from EU LISA. And We take care of the databases and the systems that are absolutely core to judicial cooperation, to police cooperation, to the work that border guards do in the Schengen space, and beyond that, to the ability that member states have to share information and to ensure that the value of that information, that data, is available to all of the member states in a well-controlled and a well-protected manner for our stakeholders. And so, as you can imagine, as we build those bridges, that connection between those different databases that we call interoperability, and which is in fact one of the signature approaches to databases for the Schengen space of Europe relative to other geographies. As we build those systems and connect them, the flow of data and how that is handled is obviously, and the data privacy that we put around it is obviously a very important element. And so at EULISA, anything we do is founded on our legal mandate. And in fact, all of these systems are based on a legal mandate that itself incorporates notions of data privacy in full accordance with the GDPR and in fact, the data protection body. Most precisely, there is a DPO that's fully on board, and the agency has a requirement to provide sufficient resources for the DPO to work. And through the work of the DPO and their team, we are also subject to a number of requirements. In particular, anytime there is a change request, for example, or anytime there is a new evolution in the system, we have to do a change management assessment of what that would mean in terms of data privacy. When we develop a new system, which is the case right now, we're starting to build the new Eurodac, which is a system that is core to the Pact on Asylum and Migration that maybe you have heard about in the past weeks, that will relay the foundation for the asylum and migration policy of the EU space. Core to that pact is a new system that's called Eurodac, and we're starting to build it. Whenever we start to build such a system, the first thing we do is we do a data protection impact assessment. Now, if I come back to your question as to whether, comparing that to national standards, whether from an EU perspective it should be reinforced, I would most likely stand clear of comparing, those two levels. But my conviction as a leader of one operational agency within the EU institutions is that because we are entrusted with absolutely precious information from people, from citizens, and we are entrusted with the ability to take the value of that information, we have to comply to this strict framework. Why? Because that is how we are able to develop trust. It's on the foundation that we take care of the data in a way that's compliant with the legal framework and really remaining within the remit of that legal framework, that we are able to comply or elicit the notion that the citizens can entrust us with their data. And on this basis, then we can serve our stakeholders and serve the missions that the EU institutions are asking from us.
Great. Thank you, Agnes, for that. And let me catch you there. You mentioned it already. You mentioned what you're doing is the digital backbone in the Schengen space. And you mentioned, of course, this increasing interconnection of databases, which we have within and among EU member states, with EU institutions, bodies, offices, and agencies. And obviously that means we have personal data flows which flow from the European Union institutions, bodies, offices, and agencies to the member states, or even to private entities within the European Economic Area, and vice versa. That obviously presents opportunities, but also challenges. For example, data sharing can enhance the fulfillment of any public administration's mission. Improving cross-border cooperation is certainly fantastic. Efficiency gains can be had, but it also raises deep concerns about privacy and data protection. Agnes, if you could tell us briefly, what are the main challenges arising from this and these developments for EULISA?
Of course, I think you started to elicit and to allude to many of those. In fact, we are a little bit like the the one walking a tightrope. You know, we're trying to balance these two elements and that tension, where on the one hand, it's easy to understand the opportunity and the value that you would bring through the ability to share the depth of data that each member state has, and how allowing for information flow across member state can enhance the ability for policemen, for border guards to work, but also simply for each one of us, right? So one of the systems that we take care of is called eCodex. And through eCodex, what is actually happening is that, assume you're a citizen living in Spain and you are selling, you know, textiles, for example, and you have a contract with somebody that's in Austria, and that person, touch wood, does not pay the bill that they owe you, right? Because those two countries have different judicial systems, if you were not to use the eCodex abilities, right, for judicial systems to collaborate, then it would be very difficult for that citizen to actually get justice and to be paid their rightly billed, right? What they should be paid for the service that they render. That's one very typical example of, or very, you know, understandable example of the value that as mere citizens, each one of us can get from this cooperation. But as you mentioned, on the other hand, right, it's how do we make sure that the services are well encapsulated and well controlled and well taken care of? Back to my point earlier on the notion of trust. And the way we do that is, in fact, we rely very heavily, again, on the legal foundation. Any system that we are entrusted with, any system that we develop or that we operate, relies on a legal foundation that clearly states out what's to be done in terms of data protection, what's to be done in terms of access to the data, who has the right, and what is the, usually on a needs-based approach that each of the stakeholders should have around the data. And so, to give you one example, as EU-LISA, despite the fact that we actually build those databases and connect them, we don't have, by default, an authorization to access and to work on that data. Only for the purposes of maintaining, for example, the databases, might we request an access to that data. And so really making sure that we remain within the boundaries, within the remit of our legal framework, but also that we comply with the scrutinizing authority, whether EDPS, whether other scrutinizing authority within the EU institution. Are we able to walk this fine balance between bringing the value of data sharing, of information flow, and at the same time, making sure we uphold the value of trust by protecting data privacy?
Great, thanks, Agnes. And I think I won't let you off the hook. I'll be asking you now to our overarching question in the panel: is data protection suitable for public authorities? Because we know data protection laws are designed to apply uniformly to both public and private sectors, but the state, of course, has unique powers in societal functions, and at the same time, there's a lot of discretion and responsibility given to the EU public administration. And in light of data protection concepts, which we all know, such as accountability, risk-based approach, impact assessments, transfer impact assessments. So Agnes, let me ask you, what's your take on this? Are current data protection regulations adequately equipped to govern this complex and evolving functions, which you, I think, described so aptly? Are these laws doing what they're supposed to do? Are they falling short? Do they excel? Is there too little detail, or is there too much detail? Please let us have your views on that.
Yeah, I think I most likely already gave you some hints on my own position, right? I think as EU institutions, as public and very operational institutions, we have a duty towards the public. We have a duty towards the EU citizens, and we have a duty towards those who entrust that data to us. So my firm conviction is that we need, it's not that it's suitable. In fact, we need that frame so that the notion of trust, that is the foundation of, let's say, the social contract that we have with our stakeholders and with the EU citizens is actually upheld. Now, then it's all about how we walk the fine line, right? And how we make sure that there isn't a notion of neither under-regulation nor over-regulation. Neither a notion that, you know, the implementation or the legal framework into which we operate is made so complex, so difficult, so demanding that there is this notion that, you know, the extra step is not bringing the value that we expect from it, but is actually preventing us as operators to fulfill our missions. And that is, the devil is in the detail. And that is most likely one area where it's important for us to be working with partakers like EDPS, right? Like yourselves, to be able to provide the feedback, to work also where there are gaps in the legislation, to, through the operationalization of that legislation, make sure that we find the right balance, again, to sustain this notion of trust. That's the building block for me of the social compact that we have there.
Okay, thank you very much, Agnes. So no wish list to the legislators, but pragmatic cooperation, including Absolutely. With the EDPS. Great. Now, there is an opportunity for questions to Agnes. Is there anybody in the audience who has a question to her at this stage? I don't see. And if that's the same for our online audience, then what I'm left with, Agnes, is to say thank you very much for your presence in the EDPS European Data Protection Summit, and have a great day.
Thank you
and
so
we will
much.
continue here with the panel to ask the same questions. Thank you, Agnes.
Thank you
have
for
a great
having
day.
me, and I wish you a great rest of the summit. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So that brings us to our next speaker on the panel. Diana, same questions to you about public administration and the expectations in a democratic society. Should EU public administrations be subject to higher standards compared to national administrations? And how do you see your specific role in this context, and maybe that of Eurojust? And what do you do in practice? Thank you. It should be on. Go ahead.
Okay, should be ongoing. Thank you. Okay, let me start by, of course, congratulating the EDPS first on the 20th anniversary. I hesitate to say this or not, but I was already working 10 years on data protection when the EDPS was created. That means everybody starts calculating my age. I was very, very young when I started working. But it has been indeed my pleasure to meet the different EDPS supervisors through the years, and I want to thank particularly WOJCIECH for this invitation today, which I appreciate very much. I'm here representing the perspective of the data protection officer. So I'm also representing my friends and colleagues of the DPO network who are sitting here as well. And I think it's important to take into account that perspective. As a good lawyer, I have to say everything I say is my own personal opinion, not necessarily the official position of Eurojust. But if we go to the questions you ask, should we have stricter rules for EU public administrations? I mean, if I look at the situation at Eurojust, I would say that we clearly have stricter rules than other EU bodies. And I'm not talking about EULISA or Frontex, who also have a quite a specific regime, but more the general EU DPR and so forth. We have the EU DPR, the Chapter 9, we have the Eurojust regulation, we have the specific data protection rules. And I would say this is logic because of the nature of the data we are processing, and also because, even more importantly, the possible impact of this processing for data subjects. This is all about people. This is not just about data. So we are talking about data on ongoing investigations and prosecutions. So it is logical that the level of protection has to be higher than if we are talking about food safety or something more general. So, and I also think that the EU administration has to lead by example. We have a role there. However, I will not say that that means that we should have a higher level of protection than the national public administrations. And I think the main point here is that we need to have a common level playing field. We work as Eurojust within a system of the judicial cooperation at EU level. And we experience in practice, and I will come back to this maybe a bit later, that although we do have the law enforcement directive, which should have a harmonized perspective with the rest, the application at national level is not equally the same. And therefore, sometimes we encounter this kind of problem. If we are talking about what we do at Eurojust, well, as data protection officer, my role is to ensure compliance in an independent manner, easier said than done, of course. We invest in a number of specific elements, particularly on awareness, which I think is a key element in any organization. And it keeps striking me through the years that people coming even from very high level positions at national level often know nothing about data protection. So this is like a basic thing you need to start by training every person that comes in, regardless of the level of this person. We advise on a lot of issues as to technology and as to legal developments. This means, for instance, our new case management system, the famous war crimes database that we are building. And if you read the book, you will find a chapter on this particular topic. Also, we deal, of course, with complaints, data subjects, requests, and so forth, which are also very important. And I think at Eurojust, we take accountability very seriously. As I said, every single staff member is trained, and we have worked a lot in building awareness and building a data protection culture. We take it on board from the beginning to the end of every process, and I will not say we are perfect, but let's say, I always say that for us, Data Protection Day is not once a year, it is every day, and we are really working on it because, well, the issue of trust has been mentioned many times, but in our case it's clear. We do not start our own cases. Our cases come because judicial authorities bring them to us. So if they would not trust us with their files with extremely sensitive data, well, it would be meaningless. So it is really very important for us.
Thank you, Diana. That indeed means you're at the core of operational exchanges between member states to and from, and you're coordinating that in Eurojust. So what's your take on this trend to interconnect databases at all levels in the EU, between member states, between EU institutions? What's your take on this? Where do you see the challenges? Because you're actually working in that environment every day.
Well, I would say I see quite a lot of challenges there. And data protection is just maybe a small piece of the puzzle. I'm going to mention a few practical challenges if we are talking about interoperability. I would say the first challenge for us is maybe a legislative one. If we look at the legal basis of the founding acts of the different institutions, and we cooperate with Europol, we cooperate with EPPO, the Public Prosecution Office, we cooperate with Frontex, of course, with EULISA, with OLAF. There are not the same provisions in each one of the founding acts as to how we should or we should not exchange data with each other. Sometimes it is mentioned hit, no hit, sometimes it is not. So let's say the wording is different. Even when we are talking about the same exchange from both sides, we don't have the same wording. And I would say it would be very good to have a much more clear legal basis at EU level for this kind of exchanges. And the second challenge is more technical. We have different technical solutions applied in every institution. So let's say we have now a system with Europol which is working using one technical solution. We have a system with EPPO which went live very recently using another technical solution. We will have quite soon, hopefully, the ECRIS TCN issue, again with a different technical solution. So this becomes quite difficult in practice. But I would say last but not least, the most difficult issue for us is linked to the so-called ownership principle. At Eurojust, the data we receive comes from the national authorities. It is not our data, it is their data, which means that even when we have a potential hit, we always need to go back to them. And this is really like a manual process. You have to go back to the judicial authority to verify first whether this link is a real link, because they have the whole background and maybe it looks like it is, but it is not. But secondly, we need to get from them the permission as to whether we may share or not with the other institution that we have this link. So it is really quite a time-consuming exercise, and I would say it's not really very efficient. And also we have a certain agreed time frame with every other institution, which means that if we do not receive an answer at all or not on time, well, then we will have to tell, let's say, we have not results. So I don't think there is so much a data protection issue, but I would think the legislator could probably do a better job in ensuring a bit more of an efficient system there.
Okay, thank you, Diana. So that's a clear wish list to the legislator on even the challenges and technicalities, but let's now zoom in on data protection. And given your long experience, share with us, please, on the question which we're trying to address, is data protection law suitable for public authorities? In your specific context, are there specific issues where you'd say, yeah, we need to do better, or it's perfect and it's fine, it's just technical problems which we need to solve?
Okay, well, I would say, generally speaking, the data protection laws are suitable. If we talk about Eurojust, as I said, we have a very extensive system. We have the general rules. We have the specific rules of Eurojust, which are lex specialis. And to be honest, I think what we have is certainly detailed enough. We don't need more, but we also don't need less. And I say this clearly because I know in many discussions at EU level, it has been argued that maybe, well, the EU DPR should be sufficient. We should just stick to that. We did at the time a very clear analysis of that, and we concluded, and I remember my president went to Commissioner Jourova with this file in his hand, that if we were to do that, we would have very serious gaps in the real situation. And I think this would not lead to legal certainty and would create a lot of trouble. So I think we need data protection rules to be clear and detailed. And I think we certainly need to have a higher standard of data protection, as I said at the beginning, than other institutions who are not processing the same type of very sensitive information as we do. However, I will not say everything is perfect, and I will give you a flavor of a couple of issues which I think could still be tackled. There is one point I mentioned already at the beginning, which is the lack of harmonized application of the data protection rules at national level. And in our case, I'm talking about the Law Enforcement Directive. And let me just be very concrete and give you an example. I'm talking about the transfers to third countries. I know there was a report of the Commission about the Law Enforcement Directive, and there it was clearly said that there is not an application of the rules at national level regarding the need to carry out an assessment for appropriate safeguards before transfers take place. And our experience is that national judicial authorities keep sending data to third countries where there is no appropriate safeguards. Sometimes it's on the basis of an old agreement that exists for many years, most of them without any data protection clauses, or sometimes even on the basis of reciprocity. This is a very old principle in the judicial system. I'm not trying to imply that the judicial authorities should not be able to send this information, but the question is on which kind of safeguards and how do we ensure that we are not making this choice. And I go back to what was said in the earlier panel. Do we have data protection and do we have security? Do we have judicial protection? Do we have security? No, we should have judicial protection and we should have personal data protection at the same time, and it is possible. So I think we need to ensure that also at national level, the judicial authorities are applying these rules in the correct way, because otherwise we end up always with the same situation. We have at Eurojust, as the EDPS knows very well, because they have audited us on this specific point, a very elaborate system for evaluating transfers to third countries. We evaluate each one. If there is no cooperation agreement, if there is no adequacy decision, we carry out a data protection assessment, we have a decision taken, document it, etc. And then we tell this to the national authorities and say, well, but here we can do it. It's not a problem. So let's say, in principle, we should be able to count on these same standards, because actually the chapter of the Law Enforcement Directive on this topic is very, very similar to the Eurojust rules. So there should not be this difference in practice. And I know this would require, for having a better application in practice, a joint action. I think the Commission has a role to play. The data protection authorities have also a role to play, and I know the EDPB has put in place guidelines on this issue of transfers, which I welcome very much. But I think we would need to do more in terms of awareness and in terms of concrete actions with the judicial authorities. The other point is more linked to maybe the lack of decisions of the Commission regarding adequacy. So we have, for the law enforcement sector, one, which is about the UK. And since the Lisbon Treaty, as I think everybody knows, we are not able to negotiate our own cooperation agreements anymore. So we are again in the hands of the Commission to do that. And if there is no adequacy decision and there is no international agreement, well, the only thing we can do is to carry out this assessment. And if the conclusion is that there are no safeguards, we can still transfer on the basis of derogation, which is legal, but I will not say is very good from the data protection viewpoint. And this morning, Giovanni was already mentioned. I remember Giovanni was always saying it has to be not only legal, but also ethically correct. And I think here is where we need to look for solutions that are not only legally on the letter of the law, but also offer the right protection to data subjects. So this would be something that I think could be improved. I will skip some of my notes because I know you have more time, but just one wish for the EDPS, because I know you also asked me what could the EDPS do better. And I will just give you the perspective of the DPO from that side. I think if I speak on behalf maybe of some other DPOs as well, I think what we would need is a more direct and informal dialogue with the DPOs on their daily life issues. Not a consultation with a reference number and a few weeks to wait. No, we work on real life. We get questions, we need to give answers. We cannot tell our stakeholders to wait. So I think it would be good to have a closer dialogue in a real-time manner. And I mean, I know your Secretary General said yesterday at the meeting of the DPOs are part of the success of the EDPS, but also the EDPS is part of our success. So we do need to work together, and that would be my core message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana. Very clear and I think a very good approach. That brings me to our next speaker, Hans. I'm going to ask you the same things, the same questions on your appreciation, your take on EU public administration, higher standards, yes or no, and what's your role in this context? What's the role of Frontex? And tell us what you do, please.
Well, thank you, Thomas, for asking these questions, and thank you for the invitation, being a bit of the elephant in the room, I guess, and also for not being a lawyer but a social scientist. So perhaps that might give you already a hint on where I'm going in my answer. I think, first of all, Frontex, looking at this regulation, is supposed to support member states with their external borders, the European external borders. We also operate in third countries. That can be, well, within Europe and even beyond. We do this by facilitating regular border crossings and trying to prevent irregular border crossings, and also we return those migrants who do not need our protection after the asylum procedure, of course. And I think it's important to talk about standards to at least, well, again, from my perspective, both from Frontex and as a social scientist, it's not only about legality. And indeed, I think Diana already mentioned it, it's also about legitimacy and trust. And actually, I'm more of a believer of the latter two than of the first one, because, well, if you don't have the right mindset, if you don't really believe in legislation, you will not use it the way it is intended. And I think that means that if you talk about frameworks and standards, of course we need legislation, for sure. And not only as a starting point, but also as a marker, and also to enforce. But I also believe in professional standards, and that's something on top of legal standards. And last but not least, and indeed Diana said it, ethical standards. So that means that we shouldn't only invest in legislation, but also in how we can implement and use it in practice. Because my officers, we are supposed to have 10,000 in 2027 in the field, need to know, understand, and need to be enabled to act accordingly. And let me be frank, being a law enforcement agency without, by the way, investigative powers, is not that easy in a culture, European culture, if I can speak about it, I think, because right now we have, well, a sort of patchwork of policing cultures in Europe yet, and I think indeed we have an obligation, I think, and we should also take pride of creating that European standard, and again, not only in legislation, but also in professional practices and moral compasses that are very important in practice, because in 99 of the 100%, the officer, the colleague, is standing there, well, alone or with one other colleague, and he has to do the right thing. He has to, she has to. So I think, on one hand, I'm very proud to lead this endeavor, because it is, really it is, because we do not share the same standards everywhere. But I wouldn't say we need to have higher standards. We should need to have the highest standards. And again, you can write books about it, you can talk about it, but you need to bring it in practice. And for me, that means that yes, we need to comply with European standards, with global standards. Do we succeed 100%? No, we don't. Will we ever? I dream about it. Is that realistic? Perhaps not, but we have to strive for that. On top of that, we need to train, we need to exercise, we have to implement professional standards, and we have to invest a lot into the culture of policing, of border guarding in Europe. Because again, it's my conviction that the key is not only in having the right legislation, but also to raise awareness and to make it not something, listening to the commissioner, I found it a bit of a false dilemma created by saying, well, there's security and there's justice. No. It's security and justice. It's justice and security. You can't sort of divide it. You can't present them as opposites. If we do, we sort of make the officer in the field sort of having to choose. No. It needs to be so justice needs to be in the core of in the heart of every single officer. And again, I'm perhaps a bit of a dreamer, but I think that should be what we need to do. Make sure that, of course, he or she is not tempted to do different than it was meant in the legislation, but also help him or her, support him or her in doing the right thing. And that has to do with leadership, on top of legislation, on top of training, on top of exercising, whatever. And for me, this sort of presenting effectiveness next to fundamental rights is the wrong paradigm. It's the wrong paradigm. We can't be effective without having fundamental rights, every single one of them, in the core of our performance. And I just one anecdote from my election. I was questioned by the management board, so that's the member states and the commission. And there was one question sort of suggesting why not sort of put fundamental rights apart for a while, because we have this geopolitical instability and Mr. Lukashenko pushing. Okay, but if we would do this, Mr. Lukashenko wins, because he's not testing our border system, he's testing our values. So if we would sort of deal with it like, okay, let's keep practical, let's invest in being more effective and ignoring the fundamental rights, which for me are at the core of our European values and the boundaries. So I think for me that it's not so much the opposition between the two, but then trying to keep them together. And perhaps I can also talk about the challenges, because for sure...
I was going to come exactly to this, to bring this mindset to the challenges, for example, on interconnecting databases.
Yeah, the main challenges are, I think, two, or perhaps three. It's very complex. Again, you're lawyers, but I'm not. It's very complex. Imagine standing at the border somewhere in Bulgaria or wherever, and you don't have your phone, well, you have a phone, your network doesn't work, and you have to sort of consider everything you need to do. And again, I'm not fighting the standards, but you need to do it. You have to bring it in practice. If there's a way to make it more simple, and of course that's also my job, to give clear instructions that are easy to understand, that can be followed without having to reflect on legislation and read to laws and etc. So that's one thing, the complexity, and it's becoming more complex also because we are indeed working on the crossroad between national legislation and European legislation and global legislation too. Second thing is in how we process, how we react to recent developments, we are way too slow. Not only in fighting human smuggling, but also in facilitating regular border crossings, because indeed industry is running and we are taking baby steps. And the time it takes for us as the community, the European, in this case, data protection community, it takes us way too long how to sort of digest what is happening in the real world and how to help us standing at the border doing the right thing. And the third thing is we are missing friends in data protection. What I mean by that is that I feel a bit left alone. Just do what the law says and do the right thing. And then we are scrutinized, of course, and I like it. Please keep on being that mirror to us. But for any advice, please, it would be helpful if we could have a bit more help from EDPS and EDPS community. I'm very happy with a very well-equipped DPO, the officer herself and the office in terms of what they know. And of course I need to invest more in them. She needs to have more capacity because it's becoming huge, but it's taking too long. Internally within Frontex, but also on how we engage with the authorities. And the last but not least is trust. Trust is at the basis. If you consider me to be the bad guy, and I need to prove to you that I'm the good guy, okay, then I start with sort of a negative bank account. On the other hand, I cannot expect you to trust me just like that. I have to prove it on a daily basis. And it's not me in Warsaw, in the headquarters. No, it's the officer doing the actual work, wearing my uniform. And if he or she fails, I understand that's difficult for you to trust us as an institution. And then last but not least, the framework. I think the framework actually expresses our collective will. So I'm not fighting the framework. The framework is the framework. It's something we agree about, something that makes sense. So I think for me it's more about, let's say, how to use the framework in practice. And again, we might need some help on this. And also, again, this trust, most of us, we take an oath, or we do a promise when we enter into service. And that promise is to serve and protect. And it's not the same to protect as EDPS perhaps means, but it also has to do with our mindset. I think most of us, perhaps almost of us, wake up every morning to do the right thing. And are we successful in that 100%? No, we're not. We make mistakes, also in data protection. But at least I hope that being here, the elephant in the room, expressing how our sort of attitude is in this, we need your trust. Because without the trust, we have no legitimacy, and it doesn't make any sense then talk about legislation and about professional standards if we are illegitimate in terms of having your trust agency.
Hans, thank you very much. I think a very clear call for doing the right thing in practice with a bit of help from the data protection friends, which also so I'm turning now to the data protection friends. Anu, same question to you, obviously. What's your take as chair? What's your take on higher standards for EU public administrations? Is there the trust? What's your role? And what do you do to make this happen?
Well, thank you, Thomas. To start with, I think it's important to underline that the law is law, regardless of if you are private or a public entity. So the GDPR, like the EU DPR, sets some basic rights. It's about giving the information for the data subject. It's about giving the information how your data is being processed and for what purposes, what data is being collected. It is about giving the control for the individuals, for the data subjects. And this is an approach which is universal, regardless of whether you are public or private organization. Then, as an EU body, we are subject to the EU DPR, of course. And as a public authority, and in particular, given our role in the implementation of the GDPR, we are very keen on leading by example. So there are some key principles which needs to be always taken into consideration when processing of personal data. And we have created, for example, we have developed a specific privacy statement. And this privacy statement, it's always tailored based on the type of processing at hand. And it contains information, for example, of the data which we are processing, on the purposes of the processing, the types of data which is collected, and of course also the data subject's rights. And we do have the DPO team within the EDPB Secretariat. Like I believe that most of in this audience is really well aware of. The EU DPR sets the requirements in Article 43 to have the data protection officers. So as the chair, I cooperate very closely with our DPO. It is my responsibility that the processing of personal data within the EDPB takes place within the set requirements, and we are of course setting a lot of weight to set an example and to implement. We strive to implement the recommendations, our own recommendations. So basically this means to have enough resources for the DPOs, to provide the possibilities to refresh the knowledge, to provide the possibilities to maintain the knowledge and to be able to educate themselves within this field. Also, promoting the DPO's role internally is very important in this respect, as well as the appropriate separation of between the duties of the DPO and the organization.
Yes. Thank you, Anu, for that. So let's also go from your perspective on what you experience in day-to-day, in your daily exchanges with national authorities. How do you see this trend on data sharing? Are there challenges specifically for you in the EDPB? Should data protection laws evolve somewhat, or is the framework fine? And as you've heard from the other panelists, is there something where you say, nah, something is missing here, we need to have more, or is there something too much? Do you have a wish list on all of this? Please.
Well, we do have a wish list which we sent to Commission some time ago. So this is, but this might be a little bit different issue, a little bit different topic. Well, if you take a look at the regulatory framework we have now, we have we have quite robust regulatory framework which has now been on place for 6 years, and I think that it has shown to work. There have been many goals which are met. Of course, there are still work to do, but then taking a look on a more practical level, at the EDPB, we process personal data to fulfill our tasks. So we might exchange information with our members, and also our members exchange information between themselves, for example, when we have the cross-border cooperation. But the processing of personal data is not our core business. So we are not directly involved with the interconnection of databases containing biometric data or criminal records. When it comes to the IT services, with us, like with the other EU institutions and bodies, the IT services are provided through the SLAs with the European Commission and the European Parliament. And also with the EDPS, we do have the Memorandum of Understanding, because the EDPS provides for the Secretariat of the EDBB. And I think that this is an excellent opportunity to thank for the really good cooperation we have had ever since we started this journey together. So there is also more informal interaction and cooperation. There are the DPO cooperation. The DPOs meet regularly to exchange and to exchange views, and there is the network for the data protection officers, which is a platform for this. And this is, of course, I think that this has also came up several times now in this panel. This is a key element to implement, to put in place the data protection legislation in public bodies. So this is very important for us.
Okay, no, thank you, absolutely. I think the DPOs in particular, they make data protection work in every day. Thank you so much. I think we've heard some very practical insights from all of you, including from Agnes. I know it's difficult shortly before the lunch break, but there is, of course, room for a question. So if there was a question from the audience to one of our panelists, this is the moment. It's difficult to see, and I don't see any. The lunch hunger is too big. So since online, neither questions, then it's with great pleasure. Thank you very much again for participating, and please give a hand to our excellent panelists. Thank you. And it's a wrap.
Can you try? Mario, can you speak?
Hello, hello, hello. It's Mario.
Okay, it's working. So we will we'll put you online when it's your turn to and we will also put the slides. You will need to tell me when you want the next one. Okay.
Can I use the slideshow on my computer?
No, it doesn't work because
For myself, it will not disturb you, no? I just what you
Hello, colleagues. A small note, we found a phone, so if you have lost it, or maybe check if you have lost it, it's at the registration desk. And yeah, please take a seat. We start in 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
So, welcome to this third panel of today. We will have the ungrateful task of keeping you awake and hopefully engaged just after lunch. Thank you for being here. As you can see, we have quite a big panel with another speaker joining us online. So we will also test or stretch the limits of our technology prowess this afternoon. And this is there is not much time to be discussing a very important topic. I have been asking myself how best to introduce it to you this morning and explain why we will be discussing issues going way beyond GDPR and in particular in the law enforcement area and also national security at this EU conference. We normally don't talk about national security in the EU, but actually my task has become much easier because we have heard so many direct or indirect references to those questions since this morning that now I hope it becomes quite obvious why there is a need to discuss the implications of national security, law enforcement activities for fundamental rights or civil liberties, depending on your preferred term. And more specifically, we'll be zooming in on the importance and the role that oversight plays in this area. As I mentioned, until recently, this has not been a topic debated in EU events, and this has to do with the exemption for national security in Article 4.2 of the treaty that declares that national security remains the sole responsibility of each member state. However, in recent years, the Court of Justice has been steadily expanding or asserting jurisdiction over some aspects of national security activities, in particular where data collected by private operators is involved. We have seen it in the series of data retention-related rulings, but not only. And obviously, national security access to data, government access to data, has been at the forefront of the debates over adequacy standards and, of course, the Schrems rulings, as well as decisions by the European Court of Human Rights. So it has become an important topic to also discuss in Brussels bubble. Today we will only scratch the surface, unfortunately, and again focus on oversight. And to do that, I am joined by a truly excellent, exceptional group of experts in alphabetical order. We have Rebecca Richards, who is Chief for the Office of Director of National Intelligence, Civil Liberties, Privacy and Transparency Office. And in this role, she serves as an independent advisor to the Director of National Intelligence to ensure that the intelligence community's missions and programs protect privacy and civil liberties. Next, we have Professor Joka Natachi, who is currently head of the Department of Information Policy and Governance at University of Malta. I will not list here all of his achievements, but he is certainly remembered for his assignments as rapporteur on data protection and law enforcement and data protection for the Council of Europe, and also for the 2 mandates that he has served as the first ever UN Special Rapporteur on the right to privacy. We have also Daniel Drewer, who is the Data Protection Officer and head of the Data Protection Function at Europol, so the EU agency supporting member states in preventing and combating all forms of serious international and organized crime, cybercrime, and terrorism. And Daniel, you have been serving in this capacity for 14 years now. So you definitely have a lot of experience also to share with us today. Adam Klein leads the Robert Strauss Center for International Security and Law at the University of Texas, and previously he served as chairman of the United States Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board, known under the acronym of PCLOP, which oversees counterterrorism and intelligence programs conducted by the US government. Joining us online, and we will see him soon, I hope, or maybe later, is Dr. Mario Utheimer from Vienna, who is scientific coordinator at the EU Fundamental Rights Agency, FRA. And in addition to work he has done on data protection and privacy, other aspects of information society, freedom of expression, since 2014, Mario has been managing the agency's research projects on surveillance by intelligence services in the EU, and specifically focusing on fundamental rights safeguards, remedies, and oversight. Finally, Dr. Torsten Wetzling heads the research unit Digital Rights, Surveillance and Democracy at the Berlin-based think tank Interface, and his work focuses on the review of legal framework and independent oversight mechanisms for different modes of access and processing of data by security and intelligence agencies in Europe. So with that, I propose that we start with you, Adam. Among other projects, you have also completed the Strauss Center Safe and Free project. You've done other work, and you have been looking at the many ways in which rule of law countries regulate and oversee national security surveillance. What are, to you, the key lessons from that work?
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you for having me here as an American and for allowing not one but 2 Americans onto this panel into your midst. In my past government job, I was often engaged with European counterparts, including the EDPS, and always found those discussions to be very fruitful and very informative. Anna assigned me the task of delivering on the title, or at least the first words of our title, Zooming Out, and placing this discussion in the context of recent history and in the context of today's world and what it portends for the future. So I'm going to borrow as a metaphor the image of the Roman god Janus, the god of doorways, who famously looks in two directions. He looks inwards and he looks outwards at the same time. And I'm going to ask all of us to do that as we look inwards within what we used to call the West. We can use the OECD as a proxy, or we can say advanced rule of law countries, and then also look outward to the broader world and think about what this discussion means about overseeing the use of state power means in the context of a world that is changing very rapidly and in ways that may not have been what we all predicted just a few years ago. So first, looking inward. I would argue that we, collectively, the community of people in this room and our friends beyond it, who care about rule of law, data privacy, and oversight, have spent most of the last 20 years looking inward. Of course, the Snowden revelations were the most famous caesura with massive impact within the United States and on data protection and cross-border transfers beyond it. But you could also look at things like the decisions around PNR, passenger name records, and the Terrorist Finance Tracking Program, which is something that we looked at during my tenure as chairman of the PCLOB, as other examples of inward discussions among reasonably like-minded nations about the terms on which government should access personal data. Those discussions, to sum up a very complex topic in a few words, were fruitful. Arguably, they were incomplete. I won't belabor that point here, but I'm happy to talk about it in Q&A and over coffee. I'm also optimistic about the future of these inward-looking discussions among us, among the West, among the OECD nations, about what we can learn for each other, and I will try to close on that optimistic note. But first, I want to take a slightly more pessimistic perspective and make the argument, which is perhaps controversial, that this inward focus, this focus on how one another regulate intelligence and oversight, was a luxury that depended on two things that we cannot count on continuing to exist in the future. The first is the dominance of US commercial platforms. We all know who they are. And the second is EU regulatory dominance over all of the companies that matter. The ability of European regulators to grab those companies and force them to react and force them to change things about how they do business, how they interact with governments, how they move data. Can we assume that those fundamental premises will persist? And if we can't, we may no longer have the luxury of arguing about the details as the fundamental premises on which they depend are eroding around us. I would argue that that's exactly what's happening. There is a massive shift underway in geopolitics, in the distribution of technological power, in the distribution of economic power, and in influence within global institutions. You all know this. China, the Mideast as a source of investment funding. Russia, despite its invasion of Ukraine and the negative publicity that has appropriately generated for it in the West, it continues to have partnerships abroad and influence in places like Africa. I'll give you a few examples that I think are especially trenchant. The top 10 cloud platforms are all from the US and China. The top 10 social media companies, 6 are from the US, 3 are from China, and the other one is Telegram. That's by users. The European Championships, which I'm sure you all are riveted to, I turned on the TV the other day. I saw Julian Nagelsmann, your countryman, Daniel, talking about their successful win. And behind him, I saw some corporate logos. And among those corporate logos were Alipay, Chinese fintech, and BYD, Chinese electric vehicle company, both of which handle massive amounts of personal data that we can reasonably assume are being transferred back to China. In Africa and elsewhere in the middle-income world, China is making massive inroads in cloud services. Here's a quote from Axios 2021. Quote, "Middle-income countries without strong civil freedoms are the most common customers for Huawei's cloud and e-government services." And anecdotes bear this out. I was talking recently to a friend who is a South African entrepreneur, a tech entrepreneur, and he said, every conference I go to is sponsored by Huawei Cloud, every single one. So we also need to look outward. I'm not here to tell you, which as an American I would very much like to, that we need to gird ourselves for a clash of systems with China. I think it's much subtler than that. It's much more complicated than that. At a minimum, we can say that we are going to be living in a fundamentally different world where the values that all of our inward-looking discussions about the US versus European approach, that all of these discussions rest on, those values can no longer be presumed as the dominant ones that are programmed into global order. In that light, I would argue our differences, the difference between our systems, while still important, fade a bit when you're looking at counterparts where the very idea that the individual has rights that can be asserted against the state are not accepted. Now, the good news. I do think that there are productive changes happening in how we discuss these issues among like-minded countries, among the US, Europe, Japan, other OECD and Five Eyes colleagues. The OECD Declaration on Government Access, which Torsten supported, was a major step forward. I won't describe it in detail. I'm sure you all know about it. The Department of Justice's memorandum on who is a qualifying state for under the new data privacy framework between the US and the EU, I thought was a pretty enlightened approach to it. The Data Free Flow with Trust initiative is also another example of looking past differences to find commonalities. Another example of learning from one another is the Data Protection Review Court that the US recently created, which I would argue demonstrates that the US is learning from European approaches and has adopted, in fact, some of the features of redress mechanisms within the EU. And so we are seeing that comparison among like-minded countries is now producing concrete benefits in these inward-looking discussions. Last word. Common challenges that I think we need to confront in light of these global changes. I won't talk anymore about China, but populism versus technocracy, I think this is an area where we are all struggling to find ways out of this oppositional challenge. These discussions can be very useful on that challenge. And then AI. How do we oversee the use of technology where the data processing that is taking place is fundamentally inscrutable and opaque? These are all journeys that we are going to have to take together. And so I look forward to this discussion and to working with all of you in the years to come to find pathways forward.
Thank you, Adam, for this indeed a very broad and large, excellent introduction to the discussions that will follow. Daniel, with you, I would like to zoom back in to a maybe more micro level. It seems that the combination of evolving threat landscape and also technological progress is somewhat blurring the lines between traditional law enforcement approaches and intelligence methods and techniques, such as the use of spyware or bulk collection of data. Would you agree with this assessment? And how to safeguard the rule of law and civil liberties in this context?
Thanks a lot, Anna. Thank you for inviting me to this panel to share with you some points. I know that I don't have a lot of time on the topic at hand with this distinguished panel. But first of all, I would like to congratulate the EDPS to its anniversary, 20 years. I think best time of your life will start now. So, well, the question I could give you, especially related to the question whether there are actually blurred lines between law enforcement on the other side and national security on the other side, because that is often stated, I could give you a straightforward answer by looking into the Europol regulation. So if you look at the Europol regulation, Article 2A talks about competent authorities. And I'm not reading now this 2A, but what you will see is the competent authorities Europol can cooperate with are partly also belonging to the sector of national security. And I think the legislator did it in this way because the legislator understood there must be a common effort in the fight against organized crime and terrorism. So it was not excluded by the legislator, and in the Europol regulation that point is rather clear. When we look at the challenges, and there I agree with the previous speakers, the challenges that we find in this particular area are, the first one is, and that was mentioned already this morning, and it was quite interesting that the panel in general on data protection turns so fast in the area of law enforcement and national security, so it might be a very important topic. The challenges are, first of all, the Vice Commissioner said it this morning, well, there's a vast technological development. And what we don't see anymore at this point in time is actually an equality of arms between criminal networks and law enforcement, because a race is ongoing who has the technical advances in order to be better to pursue its mission. The other point, and then I'm talking, of course, as a data protection officer of Europol out of the perspective of Europol. If you look at the Europol strategy, what we see now is that we expect in 2027, we expect 1 million messages sent to Europol via our secure network Sienna. Last year, we had 190,000. So there you can see the tsunami that comes, which is of course good. It is all data needed in the fight against organized crime and terrorism, but we are dealing with this, the exponential growth of data sent to law enforcement and how law enforcement can deal with this information. Coming to the main topic of this panel, and that is actually the question about, and Anna, you rightfully at the beginning introduced it and saying, well, national security is not really under the jurisdiction of the EU, and we all, I don't want to start the discussion on the data retention decisions that we heard this morning already presented by Hendrik Ohr. But one point I think that we can see out of the court decision is clear. Only to say this is national security doesn't mean that there's no data protection. I think there the court was quite clear on this point. And at Europol, we took this as and I'm proud to say this, it was an initiative of the Data Protection Office of Europol to say, well, there are these court decisions on data retention. How can we actually use the openings that are in these two court decisions to make this work? So we invited all the experts from across the European Union that are experts in this particular area, and there were 50% legal experts and 50% technical experts, to actually look, how can we address the concerns that the court has to make this work? And I think that was quite successful. Another last point that I would like to make, which is something, because I'm just coming from the management board of Europol this week. So the executive director of Europol gave a note to our highest governance body, the management board, about the Europol strategy. And she said, well, what we have to ensure, we have to gain trust, and we have to have data protection compliance. So that is a bit of a new notion now, because she said, well, data protection compliance, that is given. That's in any case you have to have. You have to work on trust to gain trust, and then, and that what I also derive from her words is, it's not just a trust in that Europol is, together of course with the European Data Protection Supervisor, where we very closely cooperate. We have almost weekly contacts with the European Data Protection Supervisor. But it is that, of course, the trust is gained also on the basis of data protection compliance, but trust is also gained in the fact that the citizen knows that Europol is operational and that tries its best to have the data protection safeguards built into our systems and therefore achieve both security on the one side and privacy on the other side. I think that brings me to the end of my presentation. I just wanted to make one point, because if we talk about what actually data protection compliance is a bit more than the compliance with one fundamental right. What we see in the cooperation, in particular with third states, that of course fundamental rights in its totality is important for the police. But I think and I think as data protection experts, we can be proud of, that the compliance of law enforcement with technical and legal data protection rules is at the end also a litmus test for democracy. It tells a lot about the relationship between law enforcement and the citizens. So, and that's why if you ask me, well, what is data protection actually more when we talk about the processing of personal data in the law enforcement context, that is it. My very last point is, and there I would like to quote WOJCIECH, who came to the Europol Data Protection Experts Network Conference last year in Madrid, where we also discussed matters of national security, but also in particular the challenges of law enforcement and data protection. In this context, he said, well, It is important to have conferences and symposiums like this. It's important to have the Eden Conference. It's important to have the Intelligence Oversight Forum that Joe Kanatachi will say something about this, because these are quite sensitive matters, and they have to be discussed in sensitive settings in order to make progress on this. So I think that, thank you for this, putting this topic at the agenda, and I leave it at this now. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you very much. I think data protection and law enforcement as a litmus test for democracy, I'm definitely stealing that one. Thank you. Becky, we are at a conference organized by a data protection authority, many data protection experts in the room. The intelligence community has a reputation of invading individuals' privacy at a massive scale. Adam already mentioned the Snowden revelations, that did not help. That fueled debates about surveillance and security versus fundamental rights that have been raging for over 10 years now and definitely influenced policymakers and the courts. What lessons do you draw from these debates? And is the intelligence community doing enough to respect fundamental rights?
Thank you for inviting me and including a second American on this panel. Maybe just a little background. So I work for the US Director of National Intelligence, and she reports to the President for Intelligence Matters. And in that role, she both leads all of the US intelligence agencies as well as oversees them. And my role as the Civil Liberties Protection Officer is to provide policy guidance, to provide oversight, and to provide redress as it relates to civil liberties and privacy. So my office is the office that will receive complaints under the data privacy framework as part of that redress mechanism. And that's important because some of the conversation today, I think, is so important to say that national security and data protection are not in opposition. They need to be complementary. That's been mentioned a few times, particularly from folks who are on those sort of lines of national security or law enforcement. And as Daniel said, this is actually what distinguishes our democracies from authoritarian. This is what it means to do surveillance under law. And so what does that actually look like, and how do we actually implement that? It's one thing to have a law, and the law is a really important piece to have there. And so in the United States, we have several of those laws that cover how the intelligence community will function. But that's just on a piece of paper. We need to animate that, and we need to ensure that those are actually being followed. And as the gentleman in the last panel talked about, the person on the front lines is actually making the right decisions as it relates to privacy, fundamental rights, civil liberties. They're the ones who are interacting with the public in many instances, or in my case, in the intelligence community, nobody may know what we're doing. So how do we build that such important trust? You have a set of laws, and then you have to have, and so I think about it as we have transparency, accountability, responsibility. In the transparency space, we have those set of laws. And prior to the leaks in 2013, those laws were on the books, but there wasn't a lot of animation beyond the conversations in classified space for the intelligence community. There was a lot of work that was done in those classified spaces, but the public didn't have an appreciation or understanding of what it was. I'll come back to that in a minute. You have responsibility. Is it clear who is responsible for actually implementing these laws? Again, in the United States, we have, similar to a DPO, we have civil liberties and privacy officials throughout the intelligence community, as well as across the federal government. And then most importantly, you have that accountability piece. Who is actually making sure that what was said was going to be done is actually being done? How do we check and make sure? And again, in this space where so much is classified, that is important. When I look at the last 10 years, the place that we had the biggest gaps was in that transparency to the public. And we have spent the last 10 years trying to regain the trust. And we started by talking about what our privacy protections were. And we also talked about when we made mistakes. And that was a good first step. Our second step was to start giving statistics about how we actually use those authorities. Again, that was a good. And we engaged extensively with civil society, with academics to talk about all of these things. And what we have most recently started to do is to explain, when possible, how intelligence is protecting people's day-to-day safety. What are those instances in which national security allowed them to have the freedoms? And the biggest example we see is the use of intelligence on the invasion from Russia to Ukraine. And that was really a space where you start to see what is that role of the intelligence community and how are they influencing that policy. But we also see it in some of our reauthorization of our laws, where we are starting to give examples so that people understand it's not just someone scary listening in the corner, that there is real value in both the work of the national security and in protecting those privacy. And we will continue this journey, but I think we're continuing to work there. I'll just finally note that when I started my job prior to currently, I started the Civil Liberties and Privacy Office at NSA. I'm a privacy professional by training. And when I walked in, what I realized was we had an amazing ability to protect privacy and no ability to talk about it. No one at NSA had said anything about all of the work they had done. And that piece is what erodes trust in a democracy. And so we are continuing to work through that because at the same time, we need to ensure our adversaries aren't using that information against us.
Thank you so much, Becky. Now we will try to go live to Vienna and to hopefully have Mario with some slides. Mario, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for agreeing to be with us, even if not in person this time. So, the studies that you have done for FRA on surveillance by intelligence agencies in the EU have provided unprecedented insights into the legal frameworks applicable to such bodies across EU member states. And also, it provided a much better understanding of how national legal frameworks are applied in practice. You have also pointed out to some shortcomings or missing elements in terms of oversight over intelligence services and availability of remedies. Could you share with us the main takeaways from your work, and especially the latest update that I believe you have done last year?
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really sorry not to be able to join or to be with you today. So what I'll do, I'll try to answer the question that you have on the screen. And luckily, next slide, please, the European Parliament has provided us with a very short answer that I will, of course, follow, given that it's from the European Parliament, and basically goes through the various recommendation that the Fundamental Rights Agency has published in 2017. That way, you will be able to have a glimpse of basically what could be the elements that should be in place in order to enable a proper democratic oversight of intelligence services. But let's start, first of all, and I think following what Becky was saying, it's very important to set the situation, set the discussion in the context, and importantly, understand who we're talking about. I mean, I will focus only on intelligence services. Intelligence services help, as you know, to protect our national security. And in order to do that successfully, they need to work in secrecy. However, human rights standards require the mandate and powers of intelligence services to be clearly defined in a legal framework. The legal framework needs to be established to establish safeguards against arbitrary action to counterbalance precisely the needed secrecy. These safeguards can be guaranteed by a strong oversight system and effective remedies. For those of you who wish to have a detailed overview of how the European Court of Human Rights has defined the necessary safeguards, I would recommend you to read a recent judgment against Poland. The case is particularly interesting, not because, next slide, I'm sorry. The case is particularly interesting, not because It covers both types of covered activities, those carried out by law enforcement and those carried out by intelligence services. It is interesting because, in fact, when reading the case, I hope the Polish government will initiate a needed reform of the overall system. Next slide. In this short introductory statement, I will focus on oversight, but I am, of course, happy to take any question you wish on effective remedies. Next slide. Let's start with an overview of the various actors contributing to an effective accountability scheme. As this figure shows, an oversight system relies on many players. The bodies in the second circle are, of course, are playing a key role in the context of oversight. This said, one should not undermine the importance of all players. And again, following what Becky just said, I'd like to stress the importance of the control mechanisms within the services. I think this is a precondition for an effective oversight. It means, like the executive director of Frontex said this morning, that the staff needs to understand what are the boundaries of their action. Furthermore, and that was already mentioned several times today, let's remember that Edward Snowden blew the whistle, which triggered, of course, an important discussion, important reforms. While the Pegasus spyware scandal was made public by the collaboration between NGOs and media. So remember that all the players are needed. Next slide. These slides provide you with a summary of the essential elements contributing to the setting up of an effective oversight. Each element should be established in the national legal framework. Let me underline, however, two challenges. First, and probably one of the most important aspects of it, is the importance of the adequacy between the powers of the services, that is the technique they have access to, and those of the oversight body in charge of supervising them. Second, the importance of the direct access to the collected data by people with sufficient technical expertise when performing oversight work. Next slide. In practice, often oversight structures are based on the collaboration of various bodies. One should ensure that the oversight body's mandate complement each other to achieve, and this is essential, a continuous control of the intelligence cycle. Next slide. Let me close with a description of a possible oversight model. When looking at the solutions adopted by the 27 EU member states, one is confronted with a great diversity. This is due, of course, to our diverse constitutional settings, especially in an area that was not affected by European integration. In 2023, the European Parliament asked the FRA to present the various oversight models in the EU. We came down to 5 different models, more or less effective. This slide shows a model that would probably comply with human rights standards. A judge could, of course, be part of the authorization procedure, and this is very often required by the courts, but I would advocate for a specialized judicial body in order to make sure that the decision-making is really done by experts. When it comes to ex post oversight, the collaboration between a specialized expert body, possibly supported by a data protection authority, would provide a strong expert assessment, while an intelligence parliamentary committee could ensure that the work of the intelligence service is democratically scrutinized. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mario. Maybe allow me to ask you a follow-up question immediately, because I think that you have looked specifically also as part of the update at the role of DPAs in oversight. And could you share with us the conclusions of that work?
Yeah, maybe next slide, Alfredo, if you can. What I mentioned basically is that the national oversight implies a cooperation between various bodies. It is up to the member states to decide, of course, what role could DPA play in the context of intelligence services oversight. What we found out is in 2023, and I hope you have the slide, I'm not sure,
Yes.
we have basically 18 specialized bodies dealing with oversight of intelligence services. Those are the bodies whose mandate is really only focusing on intelligence services. There were 16 when we last published a report in 2017, so a little increase. Now, what was important, and which something that we didn't think about initially, was the impact of the 2016 European data protection reform, since it led to important changes in intelligence oversight. The 2016 reform led to overall a restriction on or an exclusion in the powers of national DPAs to exercise oversight over intelligence services in some countries. In others, change do not appear to have substantially strengthened the DPAs. In some member states, the reform, on the other hand, appeared to have reinforced the role of DPAs. In case of exclusion, and that is quite clear from the figure, because it's basically the majority of member states, some member states have set up a new specialized expert body or gave the expert body the role of data protection supervisory authorities. So I think it's a bit early now to understand what probably was the best move. And again, it would be up to the DPAs present in the room to contribute to that discussion. But to answer your question, I believe that the DPAs in itself bring something a bit different into overseeing the intelligence services. With their data protection background, they bring basically another look at what needs to be observed in the work of the intelligence services. So in the overall structure of an oversight structure, I think they do play an important role. But to come back to the concept of continuity, independently of whether you have a DPA involved, I think what is essential is that you don't have any loopholes in the controlling of the intelligence cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. So what we need to understand after this session is certainly that oversight in this space is more and not necessarily only limited to oversight by DPAs. But Thorsten, you have worked, among others, on implications of evolving technical capabilities of intelligence agencies for civil liberties. And I know that you have strong views on the role that oversight does play or should play, and what is necessary to be put in place to make it effective, both from the point of view of personal data protection and oversight more broadly. So over to you.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you for the invitation. Thanks to all of you for coming and listening, and for your anniversary to the EDPS. Very much involved and happy about this. I'm not sure what qualifies as strong view, if you put it like this. I think I have views from experience of looking into the institutional design and the work of oversight bodies. And I looked at WOJCIECH's concept note, and I wanted to figure out a response in my brief introduction to two things: the role of oversight and what makes oversight effective. So some of my previous speakers have elaborated on two of those dimensions. I would like to contribute to that, and then lastly also say what data protection can bring to this space. So of course, oversight bodies play an important role, because we know there is a lot to be said about the legal framework for national security, data collection, and but laws can only go so far. Even as good as they are, they need to be independently reviewed and verified that the safeguards and the standards that are put forward in these legislations are being adhered to in actual practice. And that is important for legitimacy, for trust. These are not just vague terms, and of course also for legal certainty, because some legal terms need to be interpreted by oversight bodies, and their interpretation contributes to the legal framework too. So there are several factors that contribute to effective oversight. Way back when, I heard to the American ears that may sound a bell, like AAA, you need to have the ability, you need to have the authority, and you need to have the attitude, and all three of this makes perhaps oversight right. But I'd like to focus on two things. One is the technological foundation for effective oversight, and the second is binding powers for oversight bodies. When it comes to the technological foundation, we already heard from Mario that access to the IT services, access to the databases of the intelligence community is, in the 21st century, a very needed condition. And it's an actual game changer, because some really in Germany, some have it, others in other European countries are still wanting to have this, and it would allow you to give, first of all, a cartography of the entire intelligence IT landscape, to understand what are you reviewing. That is of importance for then doing audits of that kind. You can have access to log frames, and if you do have access to log frames, you can review the actual data processing that took place, and also whether data that should have been deleted has been deleted or not. And you can play with supervisory technology to get alerts, if some data processing took place that is unusual and highly suspicious perhaps. And it's not enough to just hire an IT guy in a very, a body of 10 to 11 people. You need to have a real agenda for effective oversight, and that is something that is work in progress in a number of countries. But even if you have autonomous access for external oversight bodies, it doesn't technology is changing. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have effective oversight, because there can be instances where the services don't themselves acquire data, and they can have data on a cloud, and maybe they have AI used on some of the data that is on the cloud, and perhaps sometimes oversight bodies are then no longer in the loop, and they don't have this kind of access. So that could be an instance of creative non-compliance. Coming to the second aspect that I wanted to bring to your attention, binding powers. There's that plays to the notion, should oversight be, as important as it is, an independent consultant, or should it have more investigatory powers? And if it comes to realize that there was a grave instance of malfeasance or any misconduct, should it also have the power to say, hey, this kind of data processing needs to end. You need to stop it. You need to delete the database. Is this a power that you want to give to the oversight bodies? This is a lot of times where the buck stops currently in Europe. And Mario reported, I've been a great fan of his work, his comparative work of national oversight legislation, and the FRA 23 update mentions also an interesting statistics that 5 out of 27 EU member states have currently, or at least 2003, legislation, comprehensive legislation in place for some sort of strategic collection, bulk collection of data. Now you may say not every 27 EU member state is doing that practice, but perhaps it's more than 5. And out of those 5, only 3 have the binding involvement of oversight bodies. And that is of interest to me, because there's a difference between the binding involvement of oversight bodies and the binding power. Now, if you have a binding involvement, that could mean that you have you are consulted before the implementation of a new tool or a database. Your voices are being heard, and that is great. That is by itself is an important achievement. But does it go further than to have a binding power? And Mario already mentioned the European Parliament's recommendation in the wake of the Pegasus inquiry. And there too, there's a paragraph where it says, well, without having a binding power, oversight is not deemed to be effective. So that gives us something to ponder. I think in the Netherlands currently, there is the positioning towards binding powers. In Germany, some instances can be said to have binding powers, but it's a very complex process. with lots of steps and hurdles to overcome before you actually issue such a statement. And I mentioned also the German Data Protection Authority. It has actually filed a case against the Foreign Intelligence Agency recently. So that is something that brings us to the role of the DPA. And that's my final word. Anna, I know the time is ticking, and I want to give time to Joe as well. But what can data protection authorities, data protection contribute to this space? We already heard that that's not a given, that National Data Protection Authority are involved in this space. There may be even talk of backpedaling the mandate of oversight bodies. Currently there are reforms in Europe, and it's not a given that data protection authorities will maintain in the position that they are. But we heard this morning about data subjects' rights, impact assessments, these kind of things, that they come internal to the data protection authorities, and they have a long institutional memory and experience in doing that, and they do systematic reviews. And they also have a sense of information security that may not be so vested in some oversight bodies. When it comes, Becky will perhaps also speak about the US new framework when it comes to commercially available data and sensitive commercially available data, and what that could mean as a national security risk. And here the German DPA, for instance, is not just data protection, but also information security, and that is an interesting nexus. And with that, Anna, I'd like to leave it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. A lot to unpack there, but let's move to Joe first. Joe, you have worked extensively on privacy and data protection in both law enforcement and intelligence contexts in many jurisdictions. What are, in your view, the most promising avenues available to preserve democracy, rule of law, and fundamental rights in this space today, and what are the biggest challenges?
Okay, thank you very much, and of course I join my colleagues in thanking the EDPS for the invitation to be here today. And the great advantage of coming in at the end of 5 other speakers is that they've saved you 50 minutes of saying this more or less the same thing. Because, I agree with Adam on both the optimistic and the pessimistic outlooks. I agree with the fact that the Americans are learning something from the Europeans. I only wish that the Europeans were learning something from the Americans too. And in fact, sometimes, since you've asked me what I've learned that the Europeans don't like to be told that they're not getting everything right. So being a staunch European, let's face some facts, shall we? The first fact is that we should not be surprised that this is a messy business and that we're in a bit of a mess, right? Because when I first started off in this subject, 40 years ago, and just opposite me is Peter Hustings, and I wonder if he remembers one of our first discussions in Strasbourg going back 40 years, because it was the time when the Council of Europe was discussing Recommendation 8715 on data protection and the police. And it was a time when we were only, 17, 19 data protection people in the room, but when we discussed the police, there were many more home office and internal security people in the room than there were data protection people. And it's not a surprise, because if we go to what Mario was saying, let's face facts. And here I would like to focus on 3 words we have there: democracy, rule of law, and functioning oversight, which of course some of my colleagues have referred to as effective. Fact number 1, the fact that we have 18 specialized agencies in oversight does not mean that we have 18 countries where oversight is effective. In fact, out of 27 EU member states, I reckon that 5 to 7 have something which can be called effective. The other 20 are out in the loop. And let's name some names, shall we? Let me make myself even more unpopular, right? Where's Italy in all this, right? What is Poland doing, right? And we have a long series of other countries which I could mention, including my own, Malta, right? Where my friend, the Data Protection Commissioner, is here, and he's a very nice and sensible chap, but does he have any competence over what the Maltese Secret Service does? No. And so I could go on, but you know, this is a nice and happy occasion. We're having a happy birthday party here, so let's be nice and happy about it, right? You see, let me start with democracy. We have to start with democracy. I started democracy when I was UN Special Rapporteur, and I upset a lot of people by telling them, while I will obviously have dialogue with the Chinese and the Russians and other countries, but I'm not going to pretend that they're serious about it. I just tell them, listen, I have seen, yes, I have had a lot of experience, and that experience includes watching the Chinese and the Russians, amongst others, but principally them, trying to intimidate people at the Council of Europe, trying to intimidate judges of the European Court of Human Rights, trying to intimidate me, trying to intimidate other people who are working on data protection. So, yes, but that's nothing new. When the United Nations was formed in 1948, when the Council of Europe was formed, let's remember what Winston Churchill and Adenauer and others were saying. We're starting a club, people can join gradually, and people can change gradually. And that's my first point. My first point is, we shouldn't be discouraged that oversight is work in progress, because it's always been work in progress, and it will always be work in progress, right? Because in truth, it's in a much better situation when I started off, right? So are we in a better situation in data protection than 40 years ago? Yes. Are we in a better protection about surveillance? Yes. And, you know, in the same way as Mario was mentioning the role of you know, Snowden and whistleblowing, we have to recognize that this discussion has taken a turn for the better. But we must not dodge the bullet. And the truth is this, one of several truths which I'd like to bring to the attention of all the friends and colleagues here. Truth number one. Unfortunately, we have a problem which goes back to Greek times, that we have politicians involved, right? Now, so try and get anybody's attention in June of 2024 about the priority of properly reforming oversight in your countries. And the truth is, between Ukraine, Gaza, and everybody's domestic elections, forget it. So, first note of encouragement, drink water or any kind of alcohol responsibly, take it easy, breathe deeply, and wait for the next 20 years. Secondly, the second point I'd make is that when we look at what we actually have, which is, out of the 27 countries of the EU and the other 46 countries, ask yourself the question. So, yes, they're all members of the EU and we all have Article 4, subsection 2. But at the same time, all of them signed up to the Council of Europe's Convention 108. I'm not talking about 108 plus. I'm talking about 108. I'm talking about Article 9 of 108, where we also have, as we look at the jurisprudence of the European Court of Human Rights, where we also have the requirement for effective oversight, which is now made explicit in Article 11 of Convention 108 plus. And the truth is, most governments around Europe have been busy ignoring that for the last 40 years. They signed up to it, and they were praying quietly that nobody mentions it. Because if they had to be taken to the court, if they had to be properly audited, many of them would be found wanting. In fact, I would say most of them would be found wanting. So let's not forget that we have 46 countries at the Council of Europe, we have 27, and before I bring things to a close, I'd like to remind you that out of those 46. 6 perhaps come close to effective oversight. 10 if you're especially happy after the garden party at the EDPS, but not much more. Which brings me back to something that we can try to do. What can we do to get challenges and overcome challenges? The greatest challenges are also tackling the culture, right? Tackling the culture, not only of the politicians, but especially of the intelligence agencies and the police, which is where training and education come in. We have, the teams that I lead have the good fortune and honor of hosting this year the International Association for Intelligence Education, and we have more Americans than Europeans coming, so please go home and do something about that. We also host every year the International Intelligence Oversight Forum, where we have data protection agencies, because since we didn't have clear architecture on our heads when we set out, we do have some DPAs who are also responsible for intelligence. And because of the fact that police work and intelligence work and national security work will continue to fuse and will continue to have blaring lines, let's remember that the primary thing that we're trying to protect here, which is, 1, fundamental human rights, including especially privacy. 2, democracy, they come together. So we need places where this discussion takes place, where it continues to take place, and where we find effective solutions. What the citizen is looking to from us are remedies. Do they have a real remedy? And perhaps we can speak about that after the Q&A, or else when we're out of time during coffee. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. And I'm afraid that pretty much brings us to the end of our allotted time. I hope we can have a few more minutes. If anyone here, I mean, we had a wealth of very rich presentations. Does anyone feel the urge to react to something that has been said? Becky, please.
So I think it is very important for our data protection authorities to be involved with the national security. I think to both Thurston and Joe's point, you bring a different perspective, and it's an important perspective. These are not separate activities. We need to do these together, and we need to have those disciplines working well together in this space in order to protect the democracy. Trust is key in all of this. And I was struck by somebody earlier today saying that we need to have the trust for people to participate in the democracy. You have that trust if you understand and appreciate how your data is going to be protected.
Yes, please.
Just one thing, because we started with a geopolitical perspective, and I want to add to this, because I think granularity in terms of oversight practice and new regimes can also be an asset. Can be an asset because you want to lead by example against arbitrary, unconstrained, disproportionate government access to data, which some authoritarian regimes practice. They do have better laws. They are implementing better laws by the day. So having something like the independence of the judiciary, making sure that this is involved, having these standards, having something to show for it. And there I think is what Joe also mentioned, like work in progress that plays off, because you can show by comparative examples. A lot of Western democracies stand before different challenges, and they have adopted different ways, but some of them have been very innovative in addressing some of the challenges, and you can use this in your dialogue. You need to have dialogue with China and Russia, obviously, but you can say, look, this is not our view. We have something to show here, and this is an asset rather than a luxury, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel.
Yeah, just one point. I agree with very much what Joe said, apart from the mess, so because that I think is quite a negative motion. But what I would like to say is, and there I absolutely agree with Joe, what is important is that there are these platforms that are kept alive, that talking takes place. Because one fact we have, and that is that if you talk about law enforcement or national security authorities, they are not propelled to total transparency. Because if you talk with an investigator, they always say, well, if I put total transparency forward, I might have to reveal my tactics, I might have to reveal the technical installations that I have, And that is the problem. And I think there, the data protection community is called upon. The data protection officers that talk with each other. Becky invited me last time to Washington, and we talked actually with the data protection officers of the NSA, of the FBI, so that you have this first contact, but it is also tasked for the data protection supervisor authorities to work on this maybe indirect access and to shape a transparency that fits and allows still the agencies to be operational and fulfill their mandate.
Maybe before, I mean, I'm sure we could, thank you, we could go on for hours, but I would feel really bad if I didn't check if there was some pressing questions from the audience. There is one there. Oh, sorry. You'll get a mic in a second. If you could please also state your name and affiliation. Thank you. And then
Thank you. My name is Diana, and I'm a DPO for Biopharma. Rebecca, this question is for you. You talked about transparency, accountability, and responsibility. And we have fundamental rights, security on one hand, the privacy. I would like to also add public health. And because now we are entering into the European health data space, so that's something that somehow I have some questions about it. But my question is, do these public authorities do the balance, do the assessment, have them in the records? Because this will bring transparency and accountability, and I think this is completely linked to the trust that you want the individuals to have. So,
thank you for the question, and I think this is the space where the national security, as Daniel mentioned, can be different. Because we don't want to let our adversaries know what that information is and exactly what we're doing. And so what we have tried to do is provide a level of transparency, both in terms of the law and how they're implemented, both giving sort of levels of statistics and doing that at an aggregate level. So we aren't saying specifically when NSA goes to do a particular activity, here's the assessments that's done, but instead are rolling it up, and NSA, for example, will say, we did this many assessments that were along these types of areas. And so we are doing our best to give a level of understanding. Where we do have exquisite transparency is, for example, my office, the ODNI overall, has full access to any information that we, in any of the intelligence. Similarly, we have both Congress, we have special committees, we also have the President's Intelligence Oversight Board, and then the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. So we've built, and I love the picture that that Mario gave. We often, I will say, we have many layers and many players to allow for that level of transparency that may not be to the individual. And you wouldn't want it to be down to the individual necessarily, because again, we need to protect that national security. At the end of the day, the Russians are very good at what they do, and they look at the information and say, how can I use that against them? Same with the Chinese. And so I can't know whether someone is, somebody who is one of those adversaries or not, but we look to find ways to have those conversations. And that is substantially a major change that has happened in the last 10 years. You would not have had this conversation 10 years before, and I think that's been a real positive space, but it's something that we continue to work on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been told that our mics won't be switched off for at least 5 more minutes, so if there is another question, if not, I propose that we go to Mario first, who also wanted to react. And
Thank
then
you.
Joe. And,
yeah.
Please, Mario, the floor is yours. We can see you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that I would like to come on really 2 concepts that are, for me, essential and that have been mentioned several times in this panel by Becky and also Daniel. It's the concept of transparency. I know it sounds a bit counterintuitive when you start speaking about intelligence and transparency. And I experienced myself in one of the presentations with one of the intelligence coordinator. When I started talking about the word transparency, I could see that the color on his face was changing. But in fact, we need to be very clear, and I think Becky was for that extremely convincing in underlining the work that can be done in publicizing what the oversight body can do. I mean, there's a lot that intelligence can do, but at least the oversight body as well. And where I have a problem is really when the oversight body's representatives start telling me, oh, no, this is secret information. We cannot say how many techniques have been used this year or whatever. Whereas you know that there are many examples in the EU of oversight bodies publishing extremely detailed and useful information. And why is this important? It's basically to build trust towards the intelligence service and the overall system of oversight. And it is particularly important because, and we didn't mention it much, but I think it's very important to mention it now. It's the concept, all the need to organize a remedy, an effective remedy system, and that could be another panel altogether. But given the secrecy element that is at stake, if you don't try to convince the population that you're serving that your work is very useful because of whatever reasons, then of course you will put into question. You will be questioned about the basically what you're doing, and that's why for me transparency, trust leads to possibly a question on how to implement a proper an efficient remedy system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. Adam, please, next.
I will close with my 2 wishes for the future in our discussions on this. The first is that hopefully we can shift our US-European discussions about oversight away from a lens of rivalry, whose system is better, is your system good enough for me, is mine good enough for you, to an appreciation of the beautiful diversity of the systems that we have, all of the EU member states on your side, and obviously the many institutions that we have in our government. My center, we sponsored a project, you alluded to it, called Safe and Free. You can go to safeandfree.io. We looked at 10 countries, including many EU member states, and I was struck by the incredible diversity of approaches, and I take this as a good thing. It's many opportunities for us to learn, for us to adapt what your member states have done to situations on our side that may match those same concerns. And the second wish is that we can continue these discussions and move them forward to the new challenges that we face, that we have in common. AI is going to be a very, very difficult thing to oversee because it makes decisions in a way, it processes data in a way that is fundamentally inscrutable and different from the types of processing we're used to. And then second, I want to return to this question, which is painful, which is difficult, but of populism and intelligence agencies and institutions of power. We've seen our struggles with this in the US for these 2 worlds to accommodate one another. We've seen challenges in Europe as well. Torsten and I were discussing the AfD in Germany, which is now electorally the 2nd largest party and is also under surveillance by the Interior Ministry, the Verfassungsschutz. These are fundamental challenges that we have in common, and so let's keep these discussions going as we move together into this new and uncertain future.
Thank you. And Joe, please. Thank you for waiting patiently.
No, it's fine, thank you. Let's, building once again, agreeing completely with Adam and with Mario, let's look at some of the things we can learn from each other. So, for example, we have to remember that we not only have a multi-speed Europe, countries going at different speeds, and the slight point of divergence, Adam, with me, diversity. Diversity is not always beautiful. It's sometimes beautiful, but it's sometimes messy. And what I have found is that if you look at the American example, and I'm sure that, in those moments of honesty, our American friends will say, not all of the 17 American agencies are working at the same speed or have introduced culture at the same time. But if you look at the privacy culture of the best ones and the way they've baked it in across decades since the church reports of the 1970s, then a lot of European agencies have a lot to learn from. And when I say that, I not only look at our friends in the East and investigating things with, for example, the intelligence agencies in Korea, but I look at Europe, and some of the, if you forget Germany, France, and Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, and you look at some of the other countries, which is one of the countries which has the largest intelligence agencies? Romania. What is the oversight system in Romania like? 4 parliamentary committees, no specialized oversight, and frankly, not much. So once again, I could go on remaining. Now, I love Romania. I love all of these countries, but if we're going to be honest about it, we have to focus on those 3 words that Thorsten mentioned: ability, authority, and attitude. Firstly, do they have the ability at law to do things? Secondly, do they have the ability through personnel, because it's useless having a law if you don't have the right resources. And we saw Mario going through the resources, technical, legal, etc. Do they have the authority of law? Are they messing it up, right? Are they, for example, are the current moves in the Netherlands going in the right direction or in the wrong direction, right? And finally, attitude. And I fear that this is one of the great cultural challenges we have, because transparency is part of attitude. Do a number of people in both the law enforcement and the intelligence sector, do they have the right attitude? No. Can they fix that attitude? Yes. Will it take time? Yes. Will it take generations? Yes. Will it take education? Yes. But finally, attitude also figures on citizens and the attitude of politicians. And we also have to work on those. And that's a much tougher thing.
Thank you so much. I'm sure we could go for hours, but our audience also deserves a coffee break. So thank you so much for being here. Apologies for reducing your break. And join me in thanking this excellent panel for providing so much food for thought. Thank you very much. And I'm sure if you still have any questions, our panelists will be happy to answer them now. Thank you.
Hi, sorry, a quick announcement. Another phone was lost, so and we found it. It's at the reception desk. So thank you. See you soon. Hello. Apologies for the short break, but we need to respect the schedule, so we will be starting soon with the next session. Please take a seat quickly. Thank you so much. Colleagues, please take your seat.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this fourth panel of today European Data Protection Summit. In the trap of reactiveness, can data protection be in the driver's seat? So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Anna Kolaps. I work in the cabinet of the supervisor at the EDPS, and I'll be the moderator of this great session. I'm joined by the excellent speakers of today's panel. So this panel aims to unveil if and data protection, if and how data protection and privacy can be in the driving seat to shape our future, how the posture of privacy and data protection authorities is adapting in an age of cross-sectoral regulation, and lastly, if and how the public powers have a role to play in rebalancing power asymmetries while taking into account other imperative and compelling societal aspects. So I'd like to introduce you to the panelists, to the speakers. From my left, Dr. Johnny Ryan is the director of Enforce of the Irish Council for Civil Liberties. Johnny is also a senior fellow at the Open Markets Institute. His work focuses on surveillance, data rights, competition, antitrust, and privacy. He was previously Chief Policy Officer at Brave. Thank you very much, Johnny, for being with us today. Dr. Gabriella Zanfir-Fortuna is Vice President for Privacy at the Future of Privacy Forum, where she leads the work on global privacy and data protection. Among others, a former EDPS colleague and, despite having crossed the ocean, a renowned expert of GDPR and European data protection law. Further down the line, Professor Ulrich Kelber, thank you, Gabriella, by the way, for being with us, for accepting. Ulrich Kelber has been the Federal German Data Protection Commissioner since January 2019, previously member of the Bundestag and Parliamentary State Secretary at the Federal Ministry of Justice and Consumer Protection. Thank you very much, too, for being with us today. Mr. Axel Voss was planned to be with us today. Unfortunately, had a last-second impediment, and he can't make it. So I suggest we go straight to the panel discussion. It is my intention to allow for a decent time for questions. So please, while we discuss these topics with the speakers, have a think about what could potentially interest you as a follow-up conversation. So the EDPS, I think we really conceived the EDPS anniversary that we celebrate today as a moment to reflect together on what has been the role of privacy and data protection in making society a better place and in protecting people, of course. But as the title of this session suggests already, some have argued that privacy and data protection, well, actually data protection already as a discipline and GDPR specifically as a legal instrument brings some reactiveness feature already. Equally, reactiveness is also one of the main criticisms addressed to data protection authorities who are said to intervene too late in the process when the harm perhaps is already realized in our world. So I have a first horizontal question for all the speakers. And the question is, does data protection and privacy do they have a reactiveness problem? And I'd like to start perhaps with Gabriella as EDPS colleague. Well, Gabriella was already a renowned expert and a point of reference in EDPS when I was still moving my first steps in there. So Gabriella, do you think that data protection is merely reactive? Do you see a problem there?
Thank you so much, Anna, for the question. And I would like to start, first of all, by wishing happy anniversary to the European Data Protection Supervisor and to congratulate all of the colleagues, former colleagues of mine, of yours at the EDPS, and everyone that worked for the institution. which also played a very active and very valuable role in bridging the transatlantic privacy data protection debate. So happy anniversary. As to the question that you are asking, I have to say that as a very, very big data protection advocate, I am always trying to see the good side, let's say, the effective side, the valuable side in data protection. So to this particular question, I would say that data protection per se does not necessarily have a reactiveness problem, because when I'm thinking of reactiveness and the other side of the coin, proactiveness, I'm thinking in several layers of this topic. And the first one that comes to mind is the layer of the substantive law and what do we have as obligations and what's on substance in the provisions of the GDPR, but overall data protection law. And when we think about it, if we actually look at it and understand it, it has a lot of ex-ante mechanisms put in place to be able to prevent unlawful behavior, of course, but also harm to rights, individual rights and to society as a whole. If we start with the principles and we understand that even before touching data, even before collecting, we need to have a lawful ground for processing, right? That's a sign of a proactive type of thinking that one needs to do before even deciding on how much data they need to collect and so forth. But more than that, what the GDPR did was that it brought this layer of accountability obligations that are very significant, with the very, very big condition that they are actually applied, of course, and that we see them in practice. So we have data protection by design now, which is not a slogan. It is a legal requirement. It is an obligation. And it's not at all a reactive type of tool. It's supposed to be an ex-ante type of tool, and it's supposed to be a tool that's embedded into products, I would even dare say into business models. So when I'm thinking of the substance of data protection law and looking at this as a first layer in this debate, I think that data protection can absolutely be in the driver's seat. But then, of course, we have to ask ourselves, why does it feel otherwise? And then there are various reasons, and perhaps we'll discuss more in the panel later. So it might be that those who have to apply the obligations don't apply them. That might be one of the reasons, but at the same time, I'm also seeing some change that obligations like data protection by design, data protection impact assessments brought in some of the behavior of controllers or processors. For instance, I'm seeing more and more privacy lawyers being hired in product development teams of various private companies, which means that at least there is an intention somewhere out there to embed privacy safeguards into products. And then, of course, we can also discuss about enforcement, and I know that this was technically the driver of setting up this particular question. And I'm very eager to hear Johnny's input on this one in particular. What I can say from where I stand is that regulators can indeed be both reactive and proactive. Is it that bad they're reactive? I think regulators have to react whenever unlawful conduct happens. I think it would be bad if they would not react from that point of view, but they would need to react in an effective manner and in a timely manner, perhaps, and also to prevent further harm, new harm, further unlawful conduct, and so forth. if we're thinking about what a proactive regulator would look like, I think that's the very interesting question, and I would love to hear some thoughts on that. Is that a regulator who engages a lot with the entities that are being regulated in terms of giving guidelines, explaining, doing everything possible to prevent unlawful conduct and to prevent harm before it happens? Is it a regulator that starts its own volition inquiries, and you know, that's perhaps another aspect of a proactive regulator, but then it would intervene primarily when harm has already happened. So I will stop here with the first round of comments, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thanks so much, Gabriela. So if a problem of reactiveness exists, let's say it's not necessarily the product or the outcome of how the norms of data protection law or GDPR are framed or crafted, if I well understand. I was I'm especially reflecting on some reference to own initiative inquiries and guidelines from data protection authorities in conducting their enforcement. Maybe that could inform a proactive enforcement. On this basis, I'll like to turn to Ulrich. From your perspective, which is of course one of the application of the laws, do you share this assessment? Would you first of all agree with the concept of this panel that there might be a reactiveness problem? And again, following what Gabriela just commented on, in case it exists, this problem, is it the result of substantial provisions or if something completely qualitatively different? Over to you, Ulrich. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for having me. So there are core elements of data protection which by nature leads to a reactive role. Complaint handling, investigations following data breaches. But they are an important part of the work of DPAs and they have to stay. So reactiveness is not a problem and not a trap for itself, but it could become a problem and could become a trap if you are limited to this reactive role. And so DPAs should strengthen their proactive role with a courage for fast and enforcement to create blueprints for strategic controls and investigations to establish a compliance culture among controllers, being active in any lawmaking process, if invited or not. Be connected with society and civil society and science. Give guidance to important questions as soon as possible with papers, with juror fixes, with media presence. And my most important point for myself as an IT guy, do not wait for emerging technologies to come to the market, but try to give your recommendations as early as possible. We try to do this through different paths, and one of that is the Berlin Group, the International Working Group on Data Protection and Technology, which had its 73rd meeting the last 2 days in Oslo, and we are trying to pick emerging technologies and give recommendations to vendors, to lawmakers, to regulators, to users in that early stage. We learned something from the EDPS in that part, so the tech radar, and we brought that tech radar thing to a kind of a future foresight, so even earlier adoption to that questions. And this would really give an active role to DPAs. And if anybody is in the room who is interested in that from a DPA or civil society organization, in the next half year, there will be the 74th meeting of the Berlin Group, and you're invited to join.
Thank you very much, Ulrich, for this comment. So, reactiveness, proactiveness, two sides of the same coin, the two pertaining in a way to the faces and posture of data protections, but reactiveness side to be reinforced. Well, proactiveness side to be reinforced, as I understand in your words. Thank you very much also for reference to EDPS work, which I'm sure colleagues in the audience will appreciate. Johnny, you're leading important work on the ground building cases for protecting people. Are you happy with the current setting? Would you say that data protection is proactive enough?
I mean, I will defer to Ulrich on that question. I think what's going to matter over the next 5 years under the new mandate is that data protection be strategically responsive. Of course, you have to be proactive, obviously. When we got waves of consent spam in 2017 and 2018, and no one lifted a finger to correct the law firms who were advising the MailChimps of the world, I think we all should have learned that early intervention is necessary, and we're still fighting consent cases now. But let's just think about this idea of strategic responsiveness. We now have a pretty good picture of what the focus of the next mandate will be for the Commission. It will be about competitiveness, the economy. It will be about security and defense and safety, including integrity of elections. And it will also inevitably be about child safety in the sense of self-loathing, self-harm, suicide being pushed into kids' feeds. Now, those are 3 big problems to chew out. Now, let's just take one of them. If you think about where we are now, it's a real pity that Axel is sick today. I hope he feels better soon. If he were here, I'm sure he would say something along the lines of, the GDPR as it currently is the terror and scourge of small business. And I would say, Axel, you are absolutely correct. We now live in a world where when my children, when their photographs come home from school with their classmates, all of the other faces have smiley faces put on top of them. So we've got utmost concern on the part of the smallest players in the economy and in society, and we've got, nothing happening above. So if you think of in financial services, you've got the DORA legislation. You fix the problem at the top and it trickles down with regulatory effect because you've changed the system that everyone else relies on. And that's what we don't have. So thinking about the economy as an area of focus, we will see in the next days and weeks an agenda emerge about how we become competitive, this sense that Europe can recover space that it has lost between itself and America and China. And we'll hear lots of discussion of industrial policy, investment in digital infrastructure, maybe even digital infrastructure that is public in some cases, and the stimulation of innovation. Now, what we also need to hear is what can enable those things. I have worked for several very innovative startups, and the last job I had, I worked for the guy who invented JavaScript in a company called Brave. Brave is a great product, better than the competition, and I saw how painfully difficult it is to get every new member, every new user. It's so difficult because the incumbents, the big players who have swallowed up every digital market, have an internal free-for-all of data, and in many cases an external one that has been completely not enforced against. So the lesson I've taken from my experience is the best, if Europe can produce it, will not win. And the second leg of the competitiveness agenda has to be asserting European values that create space in the market for better alternatives to emerge. It's the same with security. You cannot have European and national security unless we have, if the Netherlands enforcer is in the room, unless they are going after Hikvision, for example, or if we still have a real-time bidding free-for-all after so many years. So if we're thinking about strategic responsiveness to what people's needs actually are, we're not going to be telling schools, put stickers on children's faces. We're going to be saying, you intervene in strategic cases that have the most consequence for everyone. And I suspect this is something that can align with where the machine as a whole needs to go.
Thank you, Johnny. Now I'm concerned because, in a way, you made a great spoiler of my final question. So I hope you had good material to tackle that one later. But you're tackling on something which resonates with me a lot, talking about strategic responsiveness and strategic approach to it, with which cases that might actually have the most crucial impacts on our societies, as I understand. This was not planned, but I would like to perhaps give the other speakers the opportunity perhaps to react to this final point in particular, which at least triggered my attention in case of interest. Ulrich, I think you want to say something. Yeah, please go ahead.
There's always a risk for that, what Johnny said, that the more simple cases of private persons, of small associations, of small and medium-sized enterprises are handled first by DPAs. And I know the numbers Johnny and Max published by one country of the European Union, where a lot of smaller things happened, and the large cases took some years before the first came to decision. But that's not the whole picture. So in a DPA, we are trying to distribute our resources not for quick wins by deciding on as many complaints or as many data breaches as possible, but to react on those which are candidate for blueprints. So if you decide one thing, then we have the blueprint for others. And most times, these are not the cases of the bakery around the corner, but this is the data handling of the large telecommunication, the large tech giants. And if we once decided there and got it through the courts, then there is no one other really, the most of the others take that as a kind of compliance culture. So this is my impression how most DPAs work.
Thank you, Ulrich. Gabriela, would you?
I would add that that is the beauty and complexity of fundamental rights. You know, they apply to the smallest of the individual to the biggest of the individual in terms of the rights that need to be protected. But I think that everyone is in agreement, a scale of strategic interventions is needed. And we already see something happening with the digital strategy package of the European Commission, right, which has new laws that are scaled in the way that Johnny kind of hinted towards, because we have the Digital Services Act that places enhanced obligations on very large online platforms, very large search engines. We have the Digital Markets Act that places its obligations on gatekeepers, again, very big players. So I think we're starting to see that in the regulatory space, at least, and not only in Europe, I would add. Very recently, I saw that Japan passed something akin to the DMA. So we're seeing this this idea of scalability of the regulatory activity spreading a bit.
Go ahead.
And very briefly to come back, an example of that kind of case that I'm thinking of, something that makes me feel quite optimistic for the future is, and it's not really a decision, but that change we saw in Meta's policy very, very recently, right? So, you know, NOIP had a role, many DPAs had a role, and the DPC led in that, you know, that step where they had to say to Meta, you need to pause scraping everyone's Facebook accounts, and you need to reconsider this, and we have to see what comes next. But that's the kind of thing we needed to see half a decade ago. And if we had seen it, the next, you know, Clearview or whoever it is might not have emerged in the way that they did. So you're forestalling a wave of bad actors by intervening early. And it's very good to see that kind of thing finally happening.
That would be for you the proactiveness at its best, like impeding.
It was good.
I'd like just to, I was reflecting on what Gabriela just referred to in terms of scalability and scalable approach in recent acts emanating from Europe, the DMA in particular, and perhaps had Mr. Axel Voss been here, we would have been discussing also some relatively different aspect, but very much linked to this one, which is about, okay, what is happening to the substance of data protection law. So had it been here, perhaps you would have made a comment in this sense, or I anticipate. So I'd like to ask you, again, not foreseen, so you would forgive me for me daring to do this, but would you see any evolution in the near future, any in that sense, along the lines of what Gabriela, perhaps you want to take the floor as first, of scalable approach following what the new acts have been pursuing in Europe? Gabriela, you're not sure.
Because I'm not sure I understood the question. The first understanding I had of what you asked was whether there is a foreseeable evolution of data protection on substance in this sense of scalability. But then I don't think this is what you were asking.
No. Now I'm asking a different thing. Like would you expect like an evolution of GDPR? Well, let's talk the elephant in the room.
Yes, you're right. It's like the word that should not be said, right?
And we dare, yeah.
Yes. Well, I'm not sure about the GDPR itself as a legal act, but what I can say with certainty is that data protection law has evolved since the late 60s, early 70s. It was never meant to be set in stone. It appeared as a new type of law at a time where automation and computing started to become a thing. And it had waves of evolution, right? Core principles remained the same, but then they started to be enhanced, shaped, additional layers like accountability, the thing I mentioned earlier, started to appear as legal obligations. We had things like privacy by design, data protection by design added to the mix. So frankly, data protection, it was not meant to be set in stone. It was meant to be an evolving field of law, like any field of law. I think with the exception of inheritance, where we have institutions from Roman law that are still, alive and kicking, law always evolves. So I can imagine that data protection law will continue to evolve as well.
Quick reaction, Ulrich, Johnny, and then we move on.
The European Union Digital Acts means a big pressure on the evolution of the supervisory authority and the enforcement of the GDPR, of their horizontal orientation, of the overlapping, of the interpretation on the several parts of that digital acts. For the supervisory authority, there will be the question of, are there natural candidates for some of the additional regulatory acts, and how do this interconnect with the work they've already done with the GDPR? Developments, even technological developments, mean something to GDPR. How to interpret and how to enforce principles like core principles like purpose limitation in the AI time. Is it exactly the same with, like other technologies, or must there be another interpretation? And yes, and there's some shortcomings we see in our work where we like to see some evolution of the GDPR, producer liability, a legal base for profile building, not only for using the data out of profiles. And I think as not to leave the DPAs alone in the field, but to strengthen the possibility for civil society associations to go to court. So that would be some of the developments we need. And to the scalability approach, I think we can lighter the weight for some of the small and medium-sized companies in the documentation and information part. So that would be parts of that evolution, to be always going with the time and being proactive.
Thanks, Ulrich. Johnny, quick and sweet and short.
I take it a little bit differently. I feel like we're only beginning this journey. And it's not, I don't measure that in passage of time. I measure it in how bad is the situation. We are just beginning to think about applying this body of law. That sounds like a crazy thing probably to most people in the room, but you know, if you have used the internet recently, you will know it to be true. So in that context, I don't think we need to be changing the text in any way. I don't think we need to be doing anything complicated just yet. We need to do the basics. And in many cases, what needs to change for the basics to happen, it may well be, is a change in the posture of the Commission. You know, we point fingers at member states, but that's a total waste of time. It is the Commission's job to be aware of what the member states are or are not doing with regard to their obligations. They have to monitor very carefully. That has been an issue recently. And then, where there's a problem, they have to make a decision. Now, that decision is a political decision. That's the way it's set up. But I think in the coming mandate, that decision should be a little bit more assertive and ready and come from the very top, because actually it's compatible with strategic objectives.
Thanks, Johnny. I'd like perhaps to move to a slightly different topic, which I know is very dear to EDPS and many other people here, and what will mean for privacy and data protection authorities to be reactive. We are trying to also tackle, right, the topic of this panel. Reactive, especially in such a complex scenario of multiple digital regulations. As you know, the EDPS has been quite vocal since 2013, first with Peter Hastings, then Giovanni Buttarelli, and then the work we've done with Christian Giacuna on the Digital Clearinghouse on making and building a case for a coherent enforcement of laws between privacy, data protection, competition, and other authorities. So I was wondering whether you think this reactiveness problem could actually make it worse in the current setting, or is there hope for this dialogue to actually make data protection authorities more proactive? And I'd like to start with you, Ulrich. Germany is the country from where a crucial ruling of the ECJ, the European Court of Justice, originated. The famous Bundeskartellamt case, the Federal Cartel Office, with which I know you well cooperate. Actually, the ruling recognizes, incentivizes, actually, requires a strong cooperation between, strong and sincere cooperation between authorities, applying principles of data protection laws to a competition case. So how do you see the evolution of data protection tasks in this respect? Does anything need to change? What about possible joint actions?
So we are now in our 47th year of our existence as authority. We see some changes in that time, and there are a lot of changes coming towards us. And as I said, as a result of the digital rulebook of the European Union, and the DPAs has to ask themselves and then to convince the lawmakers where their role is in the additional regulation. I see such a natural role, especially at the Artificial Intelligence Act, because it's so closely connected. But at the end, this will not all go to the DPAs for good reasons. And so the cooperation with others will be becoming a bigger part of our work, and a bigger part even of the being proactive in a way of having a common understanding of the roles, of the positions, and of the enforcement work that has to be done. You told that we have some experience with the not only some experience, but also some success story with the cooperation with the Federal Cartel Office. on their and our meter proceedings, not only on that one which was in the courts. And we took that as our crystallization point to create the digital cluster Bonn. So in the former capital, all the 6 major regulators and authorities of Germany has their headquarters. The mic is that's again. Yeah. In Bonn, all these 6 major authorities and regulators for the digital part, for the rule book of the European Union, had the headquarters, and so we installed this digital cluster for creating a platform for inter-authority exchange, to develop a better understanding from the positions and tasks, to create synergies in knowledge management, in procedural setup, in internal digitalization. Yeah, if I use the word digitalization. So I think this cooperation can be a part of the future of DPAs. You can even hold your independency, but getting much closer with others, because the tasks will be so complex in the area of the finance sector, of critical infrastructure. Some technologies which are now under the regulation of DPAs will be in the same time in the field of DMA, of AI Act, and it's not only for holding our own positions, but to give controllers and citizens not the need to speak with 5 authorities.
Thanks, Ulrich. I heard once one person saying that DPAs will have to either be ready to evolve in this scenario, or they will go extinct, they will die. Would you say that this is too much? Like, if you could quickly react to this? Is this
WOJCIECH used that phrase last year.
I don't want to say WOJCIECH.
And I clapped.
All right, thanks. Johnny, you were pointing in particular to things that need to be fixed in the posture of supervisory authorities, in particular. So I was wondering, how do you believe that digital regulators are cooperating to tackle together systemic issues? Is this going well? What is missing, if anything is missing? And is there, well, you hinted at that already, but is this technical, is this political? Thank you.
I couldn't possibly comment, and I wouldn't know. But I can say that if we're looking for a model of how that can work, we look across the Atlantic. In the Biden administration, it's different for them because, of course, the agencies are led by political appointees, they aren't independent, and so forth. But there is this whole of government approach. It's a real thing. And they are working together horizontally in a way that we should all be taking note of, because they are much more effective together than they are apart. Now, I've had the feeling for years that when data protection fails to manifest, because it's not enforced, when it's absent, that puts much more of a burden on the adjacent enforcement community. So if you're a competition authority, you better pray that the data protection authorities have done their job so that problems don't reach you. And the same goes for anyone in the business of protecting many parts of public life and our society. And you can see it with media regulators and so forth. They are now being forced to grapple with things that are difficult for them, and sometimes they're in a contest for the same technical staff with the bodies who, by their inaction, let the problem fall down to them. So I'll give you an example. If we had applied purpose limitation robustly, DMA might not have needed it, right? Might not have needed large parts of it. And you could say the same thing for special category data and what that would do to the crisis we have with toxic recommender algorithms on social media. And of course, if you're thinking of cybersecurity and NIS, the absence of enforcement of the security principle in large parts of life creates a crisis for cybersecurity centers that they just don't need. So now we have this need for those parties to try and get involved in this thing that actually they shouldn't have needed to be involved in. And then they have to retroactively try and tie in the Data Protection Authority. Now, I'm saying it in a way that might sound a little bit odd, but what the court said in the Bundeskartellamt case is, if you can play well together, great. And if you can't, these people need to get out of the way. That's a terrible position for us to be in. And there was a phrase that popped up 14 times in that decision. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was something like concerns, or if there's a skepticism on the part of the competition authority about the Data Protection Authority. I wish I could remember it. So that's where we've arrived. I don't think we should be getting too preoccupied with building new structures. It would be great if they were built and worked. We need to actually think about how each agency does the basics, because if the data protection authorities did the basics, maybe there would be a much lesser burden on everyone else and there'd be less need for cooperation.
So the whole of government approach for Europe in a substantial way, is that what you meant?
In an ideal world, the next mandate comes in and says, okay, we have built an incredible regulatory toolkit, and we have told the world we're going to be the rule setters, and that's not as credible now as it was when the last commission came in, right? Lots of new law, not a lot of the law looking real. And we need to fix that, and we need to fix it for all of the strategic concerns that are going to dominate the top table. And to fix that, what probably needs to happen is some political coherence that the Commission needs to lead, where you've got AVMSD at national level, DSA where useful, you can't take over everything, DMA, Article 101, 102 on competition stuff, Platform Workers Directive, all of these things, and insofar as possible, the political will to make sure that member state authorities, whether it's on GDPR or AVMSD, are doing what, are doing what's in their mandate through their independence.
Pretty clear. Thanks, Johnny. I'd like to turn to Gabriela, perhaps for a more centered question on AI. I was wondering, Gabriela, if you could comment perhaps on how would you see this reactiveness, proactiveness aspect perhaps changing in the ages of AI, and if you could comment also on how would you see data protection authorities in this. I mean, we've been saying this since quite some time. Data protection authorities have been applying laws to AI already. So what's changing? What will change? How would you see all this? Thanks.
Well, first of all, I would say that data protection authorities already are AI regulators. And that's just because a lot of the AI systems involve processing of personal data. Not all, and everybody is aware that, of course, there are AI systems built with industrial data, weather data, and other data that is not immediately personal. But because processing of personal data is involved in much of the life cycle of an AI system, data protection authorities, rather, even if they like it or not, they already are AI regulators, and they have to apply the rules of the GDPR to the development of AI systems. So I continue seeing a role of data protection even in this new age of AI. I think that is very clear, and hopefully we'll start seeing a bit more activity in that space.
Thanks, Gabriela. Unless reactions, I'll perhaps move to my final round of questions, which is, again, very similar to all of you, because I'd like to get back, and then again, we take questions from the floor, but very quickly, I'd like to get back to the topic of this conference, which is about democracy. I was especially personally glad that the concept of power really came through several sessions of this summit. And I think this is a very important development, which perhaps would have been just not conceivable in a setting like this only a few years ago. Especially the first part of this conference was focusing on the public dimension of power, encapsulated in the role of states and governments. But we often observe a too big imbalance of power and means, including financial means, in our digital landscape, especially in the face of very few private powers which have grown bigger than states in some instances, with people feeling neglected by public powers instead in the struggle to affirm their fundamental rights. So my question, perhaps a fundamental question to conclude this panel on, is whether you think that public power should rebalance this asymmetry of power in support of individuals? And would it be fair to say that reactiveness, in a way, is also trapping states, so not just possibly data protection authorities, but states as such, who should be placing privacy and data protection in a broader setting, in a broader space, which includes also geopolitical aspects, security in the instrumental, in privacy in being instrumental to security and competitiveness. Johnny, you touched upon on that already. So I'll actually want to start with you.
So, I mean, the starting position is, of course, fundamental rights, but these other things have to enter the frame. And I think it was Helke Eimans, when he was at the EDPS, who was starting, I mean, many years ago, right? I think I'm right, to look at this, this market power aspect. Certainly it was something Giovanni Bottarelli was interested in. And, you know, there are very practical concerns there. We still don't know if DG Comp, for example, when it's making a merger decision or an acquisition decision, we still don't know, and we can assume that it doesn't, that it requests a ROPA from both parties to try to hypothesize what might happen when they are merged. So, you know, Google buys Fitbit. The remedy is Fitbit's not allowed to use, Google's not allowed to use Fitbit data for advertising. I mean, maybe they want to get into insurance. So we don't even know, actually, if there would be such a thing as a sufficiently granular ROPA for them to make that kind of evaluation. So I see the need to bring these things together, absolutely. But on the question of asymmetry, I think the outgoing Commission on Data Protection, I don't think it has done itself and us a service. If you think about the proposal for a procedural harmonization, that proposal, I was really dismayed when I read it. I'm just looking through my notes. It shifts the balance decisively in favor of the party that is the subject of a complaint. TikTok, Meta, these people apparently need the balance shifted in their favor. And the complainant is frozen largely out of the process. No access to the file, which is a remarkable thing. Now, this presupposes that in some cases, maybe the authority has better technical expertise than the complainant. But in these cases, that may not always be the case. And the posture shown by that proposal, I wouldn't call it a deference to the controller, but the change in the power dynamic between a complainant as a party and a party under investigation, right, a defendant as a party, changing that into something else. I actually can't describe how surprising it was to me when I read that proposal, and it should be no surprise that the Parliament, you know, rewrote the thing, and that was inevitable. So I think we need to see in the next mandate quite a different approach taken to data protection, and a realization that this is not a problem to go away, not something to bury, this is something to use.
Thanks, Johnny. Gabriella, your views on this?
Perhaps just a very brief thought, because I'd love to hear some questions from the audience. I think it's now mainstream thought that we are talking about dynamics of power when we're thinking about data, personal data, and so forth. And I remember the novelty of those big data opinions from the EDPS back in 2013 and 2015, and then the novelty of the digital clearinghouse, and how important that was as a stepping stone to further the conversation this way. But I think now everybody understands. It's mainstream thought that we are dealing with a matter of imbalances of power. So I would just leave it at that.
Most people outside can't be experts on digital topics because they have to do different things in their life, but they feel that there is something wrong. They feel the outcome of capitalistic surveillance. They see the being locked in the services of some of the large tech giants. They comply about being manipulated or being transparent. By this data, which are in these data lakes or these data heaps, they are transparent and they are objects to manipulation. For a long time, parts of the politicians didn't see that private companies, which not have the same instruments like a government of fines, of repression, that you don't need to have the same possibilities to defend your civil rights against private companies like you have to defend them against unproportional governmental excess. But that has changed with that power of that companies. And so there must be a trust that we ensure the same independency of citizens toward large private companies than towards these unproportional excess of powers, access to data from governments. And that must be the next step for inside politics. And what I see back home that this understanding is quite not there. I hear a sentence like, why do you comply about that governmental access on that data? People give liberally all the data to Meta and Google. In one of the treaties of two coalition partners, so parties do have treaties for a coalition in Germany and in Hesse, so the birth country of data protection, they really put a sentence in, we want to use all the standards which are there in the world. So that was not, we will support the data protection authorities to make them comply to European law, but that means shut up. We want to use Microsoft 365, we want to have Facebook fan pages, all that stuff. So as long as this is the message to citizens, then there is this imbalance being felt institutionally by people. And so if Axel would be here as one representative of active members of parliament, I would ask him that they always have to promote data protection as a tool for free and liberal societies, that they must not discredit data protection for a cheap win in a debate or to abuse it as an excuse. How many times I heard that? And the most and best thing is that they really understand that work of data protection as an anchor for trust in population for digitalization. And if that would be promoted, then there would be pressure on the large companies to have a real privacy sells attitude. That so to bring in privacy by design and security by design, not only by words, we need a word like greenwashing for that, but by real means to the products, even over achieving that what is given by law. But for that, we need a change in the attitude of some leading persons in politics, yes. And like Johnny said, there is a fight that there is not a fallback in the regulation for this idea, if anything goes attitude for digitalization. So yes, there is this imbalance, and people feel that there is this imbalance, and this is dangerous for a democracy.
Thank you. So as you said, next step, this is the next step for politics, right? Like,
To change that attitude. In every hearing I have in the national parliament, there is at least a part of them which are not willing to follow that rules, that principles they've once set by law, because they now want to have this certain digitalization, doing it the quickest and dirtiest way possible, and not seeing the very meaning, the basis out of a well-done digitalization, by a law-compliant digitalization, by a democracy-friendly digitalization for the society. And this will be a hard work.
Thanks a lot. I'll stop here for the panel discussion. It's now your turn, please. We open up the floor for questions. I think we can take at least two, if the answer will be short, as I hope. Yeah.
Affiliate?
If you could please introduce yourselves.
My name is Kohei. I'm from Japan. I work in privacy by design. So I have a question to three of you. I love this topic because the reactiveness is not effective, because privacy by design is an included concept of proactive. It's very important to design a privacy. Of course, the GDPR has the by design and by default. So my question is, especially for the business guys and industry people who want to use the personal data, excluded of the privacy community, they are not aware the importance of the privacy by design, by default. So how we can make effective solutions to encourage them, changing the behaviors, to be a proactive. Maybe you work on many of the things, just enforcement is the one actions, but we have to consider, except for the enforcement, otherwise is just like the business people is disincentive for that. So could you share about your thoughts, what kind of the effective solution you have in mind?
Thank you. I just want to see if there is a second question over there. I think we can, I just want to hear the second, and then we tackle them jointly.
Hello, thank you very much to the panelists for very exciting and insightful discussions. My question relates to the relevance of data protection authorities during the implementation of the AI Act. So we've already heard that really GDPR, we're only the tip of the iceberg in terms of seeing the novel interpretations in connection with AI. But I wonder if the panelists had any insights they'd like to share as to whether or not data protection authorities would be suitable to be market surveillance authorities, so the main regulators under the AI Act.
All right, thank you. I think Johnny wanted to tackle the first.
Yeah, just on the industry question, I remember having these conversations internally and being asked, are the Europeans serious about this data protection stuff? And saying, yeah, I think this time they are. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was totally wrong. Now, the reason why a company does not need to know what the obligation is because there's no enforcement of the obligation, or at least very little. We hear depending on the authority you talk to, we hear an awful lot about guidance and turning up to events and speaking and blah, blah, blah. Enforcement is guidance, right? That's how you educate people. You educate the market by enforcing. You educate courts and judges by bringing cases. I mean, this is, every sensible enforcer that's been around for a long time knows this. So it is for companies to decide whether to respect and fear the enforcer, or even know who they are, even care. And that's happening less and less. They're still paying when they're big to sponsor events, but they care less and less. So the second thing to say is, on the market surveillance question, it would be wonderful if DPAs were suitable to be such an authority. I can't imagine who else might be, but I'm not saying that they are.
Would you like to take up one of the two questions, perhaps?
I would like to at least say hello to Kohei and thank you very much for that question, which goes to the points that I made very early on, that that there are such tools available to be proactive, and that organizations that have the obligation to implement them play a very important role here. As for an effective solution, other than campaigns of informing and regulators engaging, even through guidelines, even though I understand that guidelines are not the favorite thing of all of us here on stage at least, but I think they are important as well. And to Johnny's point, enforcement actions are also important. We have seen some little enforcement, but we have seen of Article 25 GDPR, and we actually published a report last year summarizing case law from data protection authorities here in Europe on data protection by design and by default. So I would say ranging from very solid enforcement to information campaigns, to targeted guidelines, something of this mix should be working.
With the first question, I agree with my both co-panelists, but I really see the role of enforcement even for privacy by design. And let me give you an example. There was a development of an electronic file system for human resource tasks in federal authorities. And when they were finished, starting it to enroll it, we found that there were so many non-compliant parts in it that we now pressed them to reprogram it. And this reprogramming is binding for years part of their resources, and it will cost 5 times the original development costs. So with the next project this authority started, they were much earlier in contact with us. So good enforcement helps. AI, yes, I see the DPAs as the natural authorities in the AI Act. Why? First, all the AI systems which do not fall under the AI Act, the non-high-risk systems, almost all of them will only be regulated by data protection authorities in all the parts where they have personalized data. I mean, there's no other one for that, except the finance sector, but it's a very small one. And with the high-risk systems, in every time where the high-risk system has personalized data with it, and that will be the biggest part, the DPAs will play a role. And now the question is, do you want to have 2 authorities? How do you will have the regulatory sandboxes? What will happen if 2 authorities will have a different position on the same question? So if you do not want to have bureaucratic overload, and if you want to have civil rights really be enforced even under the AI Act, then the DPAs are the natural candidate for that position.
Thank you so much. Before concluding, I'd like to see if there is a final burning question, and that would be in case just a final one, because I have colleagues already looking at me and urging me to stop. So is there a very final burning question that no one is daring to ask? No, no one is daring. So we stop for now. I think this discussions will definitely not stop here. At the very least, they will probably hopefully feed into at least the next panels next. We'll be discussing proposals and how to turn wishes into proposals. In the meantime, I'd like to thank the panelists, and please join me in thanking them with a big applause. Thank you so much.
we launch the video, and then you start talking.
Okay. Okay.
Because if not, it will be...
Yeah, but we have to ask them to get in.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we start the next session. And this session starts actually with our special guest, the guest that was not revealed in the program, but without whom nothing would happen with GDPR. Well, the real mother of the work on GDPR, Madame Viviane Reding, the commissioner, former commissioner of the European Union, is with us. And thinking about the future, we would like to ask her first, what is her view on the data protection at the moment and data protection in the next years? Madame Reding, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, first, happy birthday. And when I say happy birthday, I remember also those who were, during those years, when I had data protection in my hand, an enormous help for me to work. Peter Hastings, who is here with us, thank you for everything. And a very tender memory of Giovanni Buttarelli, who was a helping hand always when it was needed. Now, for me, the whole thing started in the year 2010. It was a year where the Lisbon Treaty was put in practice, and it was a year where, joined to the Lisbon Treaty, there was a Charter of Fundamental Rights, our European Bill of Rights, even if it doesn't have that name. And in the two, in the Lisbon Treaty and in the Charter, there was a special article, and there is a special article, on the right of the individual to its own private data. So for me, as a commissioner, it was not if and when and maybe I was going to do something. It was an obligation to do something, because at that time, really, the private data was not preserved. So I started with experts to look on the subject as soon as 2010. In 2011, I announced in a speech that there would be a data protection rule coming, and at that moment, the lobbying started. It was one of the most incredible lobbying I have seen in the 15 years I have been a European Commissioner. It was a joint venture of the American government, the American companies, trying to say to everybody, be it in the Commission, in the governments, and in the Parliament, to stop me. Well, you know who has stopped me. Certainly not the Americans. And the others have helped me. I would like to recall just two names. One for the European Parliament, Jan-Philipp Albrecht, who was a rapporteur and who has done a gorgeous work, and one who was my collaborator and a brilliant jurist, Martin Selmayr, who has done a gorgeous work. And without those two, the data protection regulation would not be on the table. I put it on the table the 25th of January 2012, and then the discussion started. Why did I put on the table a regulation? Because I did not want to have again division in so many parts of the single market. I wanted to have one rule for all. But of course, you know how things go. Before you have everybody agree, you have put again so many exceptions into it that it did not become what I hoped it would become, a single market for privacy with a single regulator. That was the basic idea, but then unfortunately it went to regional and national regulators, and they looked more for the nitty-gritty than for the real problems with the big platforms. I had not written the regulation for the butcher shop in the neighborhood, nor for the small village football club, but I had written it in order to have a strong protection for our personal data on the big platforms and in the big administrations. And I hope that in future that can be the case. I have not thought something when I put this on the table. I thought it was a European affair, and it became a world affair. It developed slowly and slowly into a worldwide standard. And I am very proud of this because it has shown that the basic values of Europe, we can export them. We can not only export goods, we can also export values and ideas. And I would like to finish my small intervention for your birthday saying that thank you to all those in member states, in administrations, in the Commission, in the Parliament, who have helped during all those years to make a small idea big and the protection of the individual a real European goal. Thank you.
Dobra jest, co? There should be music now, no? Or no music this time? It starts with the chords for the Wonderwall by Oasis. Every time I hear it in my mind. I feel a bit uncomfortable, to be honest, after hearing Commissioner Reding. I think showing to us how much we, if I may, we are missing that kind of leadership, that kind of clarity in terms of defining the objectives and then successfully achieving them. But the panel today will actually be a little bit about that. So within the next hour, we will try to very quickly go through past 20 years and see what have been done and assess it against the background of intentions that we had when proposals, actions, regulations were being conceived. And from that, we'll go to the future and we'll see what lessons that we have just found should inform our reflections on the years to come. And we'll try to guess a little bit or dream and see what is it that we would like to have, what kind of democracy we would like to live in. I tried to attend as many sessions as possible today, and there's many quotes that I made, but maybe I'll be just referring to them during the panel, and then we'll also try to see whether the audience would like to interact with us during the panel as well. So feel free to raise your hand if you feel an urge to share your views. And without further ado, I would like to very quickly present my guests and then turn to our one online participant. Sadly, we are not here with Secretary of State of Belgium for Digital Affairs, Mr. Mathieu Michel. So this is the second panel in a row when a politician declines his presence. And I must say, you are actually the exception in this regard. You never decline once you accept our invitation, so we are very grateful to you for that, Mrs. Sippel. So Mrs. Sippel is a member of European Parliament from Socialists and Democrats. Congratulations on your re-election. We've shared already kind of bittersweet feelings about that. Matthias Vermeulen is a director at AWO Agency, also needs no introduction. And joining us online from Warsaw, from my hometown, Katarzyna Szymielewicz, president of Panoptykon Foundation. Okay, so there's one question basically. What happened in the past 20 years that bothers you, that occupies you? What is it that you would like to share with us? And if you can put Kasia on the screen, that would be great. That's not happening yet.
Alex, please put the speaker on.
Kasiu, do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear very well. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you for making my participation possible. Although I truly hate the hybrid format, it's neither being there nor not being there. I wish I was there on the stage. Kazik, you made this point already when introducing the panel that data protection is not an objective in itself, or not only, but important element of our democracy, of a bigger legal order that is supposed to achieve important societal goals. So also hearing Vivian Redding reminding us why GDPR was brought into life, I also want to go back to these reasons that make, I think, many of us believe in spending so many hours dealing with data protection, because we are not doing this out of, love for law and its interpretation and fighting over definitions endlessly. But I think many of us believe that by regulating data, the use of data, we can actually protect real people from suffering from real abuse of power that happens both in commercial environment and in the context of state power. And that we can solve some of the real world problems that our societies are facing. And this hope, this line of thinking is justified because quite a few of these real world problems have something to do with data, right? We know it very well. But do we understand purposes of this problem, of these problems well enough to find solutions? And to what extent the data protection can be a solution at all? I think we will be touching on these questions in our panel today. So, well, if you ask me, I think in the last decade, we discovered the need to protect humans from threats that were already on the horizon when GDPR was being adopted, but we did not fully appreciate them back then. And therefore, they became extremely challenging when approached from this individual perspective, from the perspective of individual right to be informed, to have transparency around data flows, to be asked for consent, to have access to data, the right to correct or the right to delete. All this is not extremely helpful in the environment where we are faced with a very different circumstances, the circumstances where we are making choices all the time, but these are facade choices. These are choices that commercial entities that have all the means to manipulate and influence our behavior wants us to make, but we are not really confronted with real decisions over our data. This is why for years I've been using this ugly phrase, digital biomass, to describe humans online. It's not because I like biomass, it's because I really think we've been reduced to this passive ingredient of a huge ecosystem we don't control, we don't comprehend, we don't understand. And against that background, we probably need very different tools than the ones that have been given to us by the GDPR. So what problems remain unresolved in this environment? First of all, our attention is extracted and commercialized by aggressive recommender systems in the sense that, all the machines we are using, they recommend us something, they curate us our experience, they offer us only a slice of possible online experience because there is so much out there that somebody has to do that curation for us. And that curation is power. That power is using our data, is using the fact that we are tracked and profiled and understood in our digital biomass. But it's not really about our privacy, is it? It's much more about influencing how we behave online, what content we consume, how we think, how we shape our opinions, including political opinions. And that's how we go back to democracy, to one of the keywords you are asking for this panel. Second huge problem, our behavior is manipulated by addictive and deceptive design, which not only leads people to sharing more data than I think they would share if they ever reflected on this, but it has very serious consequences for our mental health, for our physical well-being. So this is also more than privacy. This is also more than any other right. It's maybe about our essence of being free humans, free individuals, to shape our lives in this most fundamental way, because we no longer decide on how long we scroll, where our gaze goes, how our thinking process, our dopamine cycle works. We don't control that, but somebody else does or tries to do using our data. So against these questions, is this a failure of data protection enforcement that we are still facing them? Or is this the moment where we need to reflect on another framing, another legal framework that is not so much around individuals controlling their data and making choices with that regard, but much more about society deciding on where's the limit for the free market, where's the limit for things we used to call services, but they are no longer services. They are much more critical infrastructure being used to shape how very important processes in our democracy, in our societies work. If we approach it from that side, it's clearly not just about data protection. It's about many other values that we have to ingrain in the law. So acknowledge social responsibility of companies and states to protect these values, to protect them in a more proactive way. And I think we have it. We have that thinking in the second wave of legislation, which I'm sure has been also discussed today, Digital Services Act, Digital Markets Act. And we will need more of that thinking because not everything can be addressed in this environment with data protection. I also have to say that so few of these problems have been addressed with data protection, even though a few of these tools are available. And I'm not going to dive deeper now. It's not my role in this panel to explain why GDPR has not been used to its full potential. I believe all of you have much better understanding of these reasons, but I'm hopeful that we are at the turning point where we are also reflecting on that. And there will be much more courage coming from DPAs, but also from the Commission with its new instruments to be more bold about enforcement of the whole package against companies that engage in these extractive, abusive practices and continue to do things that if you read GDPR with fresh mind, you actually see they should never be allowed. It should never be allowed to train AI models on people's data without asking for consent, and maybe even with consent, because consent is a fallacy. It should never be allowed to do advertising technology, to design surveillance technology the way it has been designed, and it has been in place for more than a decade. That is causing constant leak of data and is causing problems to all market players and citizens and states, except for intermediaries who are benefiting from this abuse. It should never be okay to design recommender systems in the way that their default version preys on data, feeds on people's profiles, feeds on behavioral observations in order to manipulate the way we interact with content from the first second we are online. This is not safe default. It's not safety by default. It's not privacy by default. And still we have that. So I'm asking, what more can we do with regard to enforcement to bring GDPR to its full potential? I've read Council conclusions adopted in May, and I was surprised in a positive way to see that even the Council, not our best ally when it comes to these battles, is acknowledging the role of GDPR and other legislation with regards to these problems that they call societal effects of digitalization. And even the Council is acknowledging all these problems that until recently have been pushed away by companies and states as if they are not really problems we have to be solving, because this is humans who are responsible for not being polarized, disinformed, mentally ill, addicted, and so on. I think today we are in a very important, interesting moment of this debate, where social responsibility of companies that are behind the scenes and designing these technologies has been acknowledged. And now, hopefully, it will also trigger a new wave of enforcement and new wave of legislation. I hope we can talk about this new wave of legislation today, but maybe it's enough for me as an introduction before I dive deeper in the new wave and take another minute of your time.
Yes, thank you very much. No, it really speaks to kind of my heart, this belief that there are societal challenges that are what the citizens actually demand the lawmakers to fix, and that maybe the GDPR, with its individual-centered kind of nature, might have some limitations, and you very clearly pointed also the kind of key issues that you think should be addressed. Just very quickly, back to you, 5 seconds question. 10 years ago, did you think that these issues that you identified, okay, some of them were not existing back then, did you think back then that GDPR will fix them, or you already knew that this is not enough and we will need at a certain moment a new wave, as you said?
As Panopticon and a few other organizations I know, we spent years trying to deal with these problems using GDPR. I don't know whether we are naive or we were just loyal to the legislation we've been fighting for. But I remember myself sending data access requests to Meta, back then Facebook, hoping that they will show me my profile and they will help me understand this and object to how this profile has been constructed. So we did try cases that touch on all these issues, including surveillance advertising, including the way algorithms curate our experience based on behavioral data. And I still think quite a few of that could have been achieved, but many of you will know the case that is still pending in Belgium, the case against a number of cases combined into one big complaint against AIB and Europe and Google on ad tech, at the point where we got Luxembourg to decide whether TC string that goes through ad exchange is personal data. And it took us, I think, altogether 6 years to go to that point. And then AIB said they actually like what the court said because they know they won't have to change much in their ecosystem. When we think the whole ecosystem just cannot be, it cannot work if GDPR is in place, really. There are moments like this where I think that we wasted that time. And I hope I will change my opinion. You will help me change my opinion. But there are moments of dismay and disillusionment where we see how strong market players are persistent in just saying that black is white, and how many institutions play their game.
Thank you. Matthias, what do you think?
Is this on? Yes, perfect. Well, when you ask me what do I think about GDPR pro and con?
Sorry, one quick. Could you put Kasia back on the screen? I think it will be more human if that. Please, Alfredo, please don't. colleagues. Thank you very much.
Perfect. When you're asking about my hope and dreams and what I've been thinking about the success or failures about GDPR throughout the past 20 years, then I think it very much depends about who I was at a particular moment in time, I think. So I think in the beginning, and I'm not going to lie, I hated GDPR. And I will say exactly why. There was a very concrete reason for this. I was a PhD student in 2006, if I can count correctly, writing my PhD about the scope of the right to privacy in Europe. And then the GDPR proposal comes along, and I was like, oh no. Oh no, this is going to give me a lot of extra work. So then I did what all good PhD students do. I just said, this is an analysis of the right to privacy pre-GDPR. So then like I could easily discard it as well. It had a bit of an impact on the relevance, but that was okay. I didn't sort of proceed in academia afterwards. Then sort of a couple of years later, I was in the European Parliament as well, at the long end of the negotiations, and really seeing indeed all the lobbying that Commissioner Reding had described as well. And then I think there was just this sort of this sense of urgency and this sense of community, I think, among many of the people, many of those who are currently in the room as well, where we really would wish and hope that this is going to be the piece of legislation that is going to solve all societal challenges related to the use of digital technologies, basically. So that was sort of like the zenith of my hopes and dreams, I would say. But I think like I want to focus a bit more on like my last two roles and my professional capacity. In 2019, we set up AWO as a very specific new type of law firm that really had at the heart sort of data rights and the protection of fundamental rights at its core as well. And the idea was there just like you had the emergence of new law firms that were focusing on human rights law in the aftermath of, for instance, the UK Human Rights Bill, that we would want to set up like a similar bill that would actually protect fundamental rights. And this was all in sort of the aftermath of Cambridge Analytica, where one of my partners had been involved in the litigation in. And there the idea was really that our goal was really to do what basically is the one-line description for me of GDPR, and that is to empower individuals against powerful actors, be it corporate actors, be it commercial actors as well. And so we had this whole idea about that we could do this by focusing on individual claims, public law challenges, claims for mass misuse of data as well. And to be fair, like we have been successful, and we've had like right to object cases against Meta. We're involved in sort of stopping facial recognition, rolling out in a couple of European member states as well. But at the same time, so there is this huge acknowledgement that GDPR has given us these new tools, these new rights, which really empower the individual, while at the same time, I am very worried when I see that there is actually a really big obstacle, I would say, or sort of a threshold, especially for individuals, to really make use of those mechanisms as well. There's a huge financial burden to start a lawsuit, for instance, as well. There's a huge knowledge gap often still about where people, organizations, labor unions are not really still do not fully understand what the scope of their rights is, basically. And so from that perspective, I think my main worry right now is that there is still this sort of this tension where right to privacy, right to data protection could still be this feature for the rich, for the powerful, which takes us all back to like the ancient discussion about Warren and Brandeis and sort of the right to privacy and so on as well. So yeah, I think that is, and then maybe like one last experience, sort of, I was also very much involved in the Snowden revelations when I was at the Belgian Intelligence Oversight Committee for a short stint. And there you could see sort of what has been the effect of GDPR in our relationships with governments as well. And I think there we have a very mixed bag. Like on the one hand, privacy is definitely front of center, and it's not like an afterthought when many policies, especially internally in governments, are being rolled out. But then when I think then about the role of intelligence agencies, sort of the hunger for more data, and the capability of the GDPR to stop some of those collection practices, then I think we still have a lot of work to do.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Sippel, some years of experience in the Parliament, a few minutes of discussion so far. What's on your mind?
To be honest, I was thinking, as being the only politician here, maybe I should start with the elections we are just coming from, because there is a link between the elections and democracy and data protection. And I think for much too long we were thinking, even though in the last years we made different experiences, but for much too long maybe we thought we are having democracy. It's there and it will never disappear. And even though we already saw in the last years that this is not totally true, after these elections, I hope everybody will realize that democracy is never in itself a given thing. We have to fight for it, we have to strengthen it. And I think someone just said that data protection is not a value in itself, stands alone. But data protection, protecting privacy, protecting freedoms, is there to protect democracy, to protect our democratic European way of life. And former Commissioner Reding talked about all the opposition we saw in the beginning, partially from governments, but also from big industries, so-called old industries especially. And yes, when we decided GDPR, there was a very positive, emotional moment. And we were happy to say we as European did it. We set the global standard for data protection. And really, as already mentioned, many countries in the world started to talk about GDPR, not only because if you wanted and still want to offer goods and services into European Union, you had to follow the rules. But even going beyond that, we saw that debate started about the added value of protecting individuals. At the same time, we are still fighting with these different ideas, yes, to strengthen and empower the individual to deal with all the rules and challenges, but also to ensure that the obligations are upheld. Because leaving things, and to be honest, I see it still sometimes both in governments and in big companies, that they say, oh, everybody knows digitization, everybody knows how to deal with digital offers, services, people know how to deal with it, every individual can deal with it and do its own fight. But that's not good enough and will never work. And to be honest, there is one thing I really hate, and I don't see any engagement from any of our member states, that's the privacy. Are you going into pages in the internet? Have you seen what the cookies look like even today? And I have the impression it's even getting worse. Because sometimes you don't even have a choice. There are cookies. You cannot choose yes or no. Maybe you can choose only important cookies, but you don't get any description what it means from that service given to you. So you get a choice, you go to Google, start page, whatever, and you get the first 1, 2, 3, 4 offers to look into one or the other page, but they all want you to agree to some kind of cookies. So what will you do? I will not open those pages, but I think many people do, because they are in a situation they want to get some information. So there is really something in front of us. And when I look into the successes and what I'm still regretting, I think even though we have some obligations, especially for the big companies, for the big platforms, again and again and again, we see that they do everything to circumvent the rules. It's not only the principle of consent that in the meantime doesn't make any sense. We are no longer talking about informed and real consent. The way you are asked to give your consent is not a free consent. So it's simply take it or leave it. So that's it. We are not there. So we have a lot of trouble still in front of us. And also we are always running behind those attempts of the big companies to circumvent the rules. So again and again, we have to rethink our legislation. Not that much GDPR in itself, but the enforcement steps that are important. Maybe also to think about other legislative files, like in competition legislation. What can we do there to put more power onto everybody to deal with the things? We also see that not everybody and not every government is really thinking about the added value of protecting personal data, and I think that's important. We are not talking about any technical data, but we are talking about personal data, data that are linked to the life of people, and which is becoming even more important when talking about artificial intelligence and how this is working. So governments are not even always convinced that it's a good thing to ensure that authorities like the data protection authorities get the necessary resources and the powers to do their job, not only to control and sanction, but help everybody to fulfill what they have to do to ensure data protection. And when it comes to the individual, I think we need, beyond legislation and beyond the individual, we need much more training and information for the people. We tend to say, oh, we have the digital native. They know what's going on. No. I'm always feel a little bit nearly harassed, afraid, sad when I see parents with their 3-year-old children being on a job and the child is sitting there in front of a pad or whatever and the child is playing, using games, things, having apps. The child is playing, it's using the technology. But is it that that child knows what's behind? Is it that that child is aware that it's surveyed? And we know that especially parents are not aware about that. So who will tell the child how to deal, how to use all these things and how to be aware? And coming back to my starting point, talking about elections and democracy, it's not only that big companies, big platforms try everything to make profit while digging into the privacy of people, collecting more and more data, manipulating people. We also see that this is something that governments try to do, to survey people, to avoid that there is opposition, to avoid that there is opposition who can be outspoken. And that's a problem, and that's why I think we need to come together with everybody, with all people who want to protect democracy, who want to have a living, active democracy, and thus are interested in very good efforts to protect our personal data, to use data protection, and to make sure that there is a broad public debate why this is not any kind of a technical thing we may use or may not use, but that we are really talking about democracy, that we are talking about our future, and we have to do our very best so that everybody is aware about these things. And we also have to make sure that companies are aware. This is not only a burden talking about data protection. And of course, it does cost money to protect data. But it's also helpful for companies, and I think as European Union, with a global standard that we prepared with the GDPR, we also should be proud to show that data protection is there to protect democracy, that we are giving the good example to the world instead of giving up to those who are not at all interested in democracy, but only are interested in their individual profit. So I think we need a broad debate in society, bringing together those in industry, in civil society, in data protection organizations, to ensure that we don't forget about the added value of data protection for our democracy.
So you all identified very precisely, very quickly, very pertinent issues of societal nature. And I was sensing even some sort of fatigue or frustration with not successfully tackling them. And I also sense some sort of, be it through data protection or through other measures, doesn't matter. What matters is to address these issues. You yourself mentioned e-privacy, which is not a GDPR problem, right? But it is a privacy problem in its nature. So I wonder if we know what we need to do, and if some of you kind of think, well, you can do it through data protection, you can do it differently, what does it mean for data protection as a discipline in years to come? WOJCIECH in the morning said the very same thing you just said, that this is not about itself, it's about democracy. And I think this was the theme throughout the whole day. And as a community, I think we're very well able to quickly agree on where the issues are when it comes to on substance. So what does it mean for data protection? And to repeat the question from the introduction, how can data protection make itself useful in these endeavors that you drew a few seconds ago? It's a question to all of you, but please start.
But maybe I will start. I think maybe what will help is that data protection services, together with others, do not only talk about data, and I know it's difficult sometimes as an authority, but I think we need to be altogether more political. So not talk about the different rules, the different articles out of GDPR, and that you have to follow it and how to follow it, but to go more public what impact the following of the rules or not following the rules will have on each and every individual, but also on us as a society and on democracy. Some people might say, but we already know that. We have seen that, how people are manipulated, how it's used to organize that a government can keep and be in government, or how to avoid that opposition can be very effective in spreading their ideas. But then again and again, these ideas are gone away. And I think we all need to be more outspoken to have this line between data protection rules and why this is having an impact on our life. And I think this is not only something where we need to strengthen our data protection authorities. I think it's also a question for us as politicians to be more understandable maybe why we insist on these rules, but it's also a task, and I'm a European politician, I think it's also a task for the Commission. We will have a number of legislation. We already had it in the last mandate. We will have it in future mandates. And we see that we are talking about data, the use of data, in nearly all areas of politics. Even in agriculture, we are talking about data, including personal data. So we have to make sure that each and every person talking about legislation understands that there is an issue with data protection, that there is an issue with democracy. And the Commission is the first one when doing an impact assessment. She's not always doing it. But also to look in the consequences when we create a legislation, how will this impact on democracy? And I think if then we come together from the different angles, looking into, taking it seriously, I think this will be something that can help us. And even though, just to make this final word, I'm really frustrated to see what is happening or not happening with e-privacy. This even more gives me a reason to continue fighting, because I believe it's high time to get more action there, and I hope to have many allies in the years coming, even in an ever more difficult environment in European Parliament.
Thank you. Matthias, what's your... sorry, Kash, you want to go first?
Yeah, I can do a strong +1 to unresolved problems that should have been regulated by e-privacy, but my hopes are that we can do something better at that point. I mean, I think that train has left a while ago. So we'd rather talk about Digital Fairness Act or more comprehensive regulation tackling issues that were supposed to be resolved by e-privacy and many more, like manipulative design, addictive technology. But Kashik, you asked about the role of data protection in all that. I do think there's a huge role to play, and we need, I'm not a big fan of complex legislations. Maybe it would be nice to have just one constitution for it all, but we live in a very complex world where that legislation will be complex, adequately complex. So we will continue to have rules that are for data. For personal data, we'll continue to have rules that are for non-personal data. We will have, I'm afraid we have to have some rules on artificial intelligence, maybe stronger than the ones just adopted. We need rules that tackle different aspects of that. But at some point, it all there are overlaps. There are problems that are co-regulated by a number of laws, and there is nothing bad about this. We encounter this problem when fighting for strong provisions in Digital Services Act. Many of you will know that there was a big campaign to push and incredible support from the European Parliament, thank you for that, to regulate dark patterns. Not because dark patterns have not been regulated in the past. We have had them regulated in consumer law, in the GDPR, but somehow the enforcement was not there, or maybe the law was not adequately precise or not strong enough to solve these real world problems. And then Commission came in the very last moment, I think it was already the trilogue phase, and said, no, we can't just have these new provisions on dark patterns because we have GDPR and UCPD, we have to refer back to existing laws. And I think we lost something over that. Yes, it's nice to have, clean, precise construction in the law, but the real world is not like this. These problems overlap, and there is a huge role that data protection can play in it, but only if we apply, only if the bodies that are responsible for enforcing it apply it with courage and understanding of the real purpose. So if we see that there is a huge company like Meta, but it's not the only example, others will try the same thing, is trying to force people to either pay with money for service that is not really service. It's not service for them. It continues to be service for advertisers. So it does not, it should not be paid with very expensive subscription. And if people refuse to do that because it's economically ridiculous to do that, they are forced to give data. If we see a situation like this, we have to name it for what it is and not just avoid being clear-cut on pay or okay. If we see abuse happening within ad tech environment, we have to call it what it is. Abuse and leak of data and business model that is not rewarding for any other players except for those who created this model. And if data protection is used to name problems and to be pretty clear-cut about these moments where data are being extracted from us, and the consent is just a fallacy, it's just a facade, I think then we can still get somewhere understanding that, yes, other pieces of legislation will be necessary because data protection is not regulating competition or is not regulating other elements of this puzzle, but it has to remain important element of it. And I would love to see this enforcement being much more consistent and courageous, especially with regard to things like surveillance ads or recommender systems.
Matthias?
I mean, I don't have too much to add to these very good contributions, actually. Like, it does sound like there is an emerging consensus about the fact that GDPR needs like a good PR agency almost in terms of like how to sell the message and what's behind the core of the values that it aims to protect as well. And sort of coming back on e-privacy, for instance, as well. I mean, God knows what's going to happen after 7 years, also in a new parliament and with a new commission as well. But and there was news yesterday evening as well that really was thinking about sort of one scenario where it could be phased out and replaced by 3 different legislative initiatives coming potentially from the European Commission. I think the good, the bad, and the ugly. Let's call them this way. But one of them could indeed be sort of a focus on a sustainable advertising act that really looks into sort of all the actors and issues that are falling behind the cracks, even with all this new legislation that we have just adopted in the previous mandate as well. And that it focuses maybe not on what would be traditionally be considered as the privacy-related harms or the data protection harms related to a particular industry, but that also focuses on its role as a monetization engine for disinformation peddlers, for instance, that stresses that this is enabling ad fraud into the billions of euros as well. I think 178 billion by 2028 if we just remain the status quo. I mean, that's the definition of an internal market problem if I've ever seen one. So all the EPP colleagues in the room, for instance, like this is like one key reason why this is something that needs to be addressed as well. So lots of this it's about framing to a certain extent as well, but also indeed making it very clear and concrete about what it is that we are trying to protect.
But it's been several times during this discussion when in one sentence, I think each of you said, we might need a legislation on this, but data protection is also important. As if whenever we identify a problem, you know we need to repeat data protection is important. We are the Data Protection Conference. It's a Data Protection Authority anniversary, and we really believe in that. But somehow you kind of hint that you actually might be open to tackling it, more directly through legislative measures. And your kind of immediate maybe answer to that question would be, no, but we also said that enforcement is needed, we need to be more political, more strategic. So I wonder, how do you envisage that in practice, given the framework that is created? Is it a question of culture? Is it a question of structural constraints that we have? Maybe one more thing, there was a panel before, moderated by my colleague Anna, and there was a discussion about reactiveness versus proactiveness, and Johnny Ryan had a fantastic phrase of strategic responsiveness, I think, that if we knew that 2022 when we did the conference, we would have totally stolen that phrase. So we did the conference 2 years ago, and the conference was basically about the governance and making kind of GDPR operational to achieve these things that you are mentioning. And what I think happened after is that instead of, what happened after was the procedural harmonization proposal, which comes down to debating complaints, which is in essence very reactive. So I got a bit annoyed during the panel because I thought, you just said there is many aspects of GDPR that are not reactive in itself, but what we did after 2022 was focus actually on those that are quite reactive. Does it say something about data protection? Is there something in the way we debated that we're maybe too shy? Maybe we need more Vivian Reddings in this community? Or is there something about the laws that you think needs improvement in terms of philosophy behind? New commission, new mandate. The title of the panel is Fit for 44. How do you see data protection in 2044?
Okay, so I think first of all, it's maybe all of it. Talking about culture, I think the rules are clear regarding data protection. And we always made it clear that you can use data, even personal data, but it must be very targeted. But still, we are fighting sometimes with an approach that Jan Philipp Albrecht already explained while we were creating GDPR, when he said we should not continue building ever higher haystacks of data, and then, for example, in law enforcement, try to find the needle somewhere inside. But we have to be aware that even with this digitization, having access to a lot of data and information, it's not helpful to simply collect everything. Even in law enforcement, you need to work in a targeted way. And this is not always happening. So the courts are working with that. For example, when talking about PNR, we have some good rulings. But still, sometimes there is the thinking, it's better to collect everything. We might miss something. And yes, we might miss something. But that's always the case. We will never be perfect, even with all the data and all the digital files that we have. So partly it's a kind of culture. Maybe it's a misunderstanding of what can happen if we go too much into privacy, both from private companies, but also from authorities. But of course, yes, it's also a question of legislation. We are saying we are living in an open market. And in an open market, there are different companies, they are competing with each other, and by competing with each other, this will solve some problems, because every company wants to be the best. But that's not happening with the big five, let's say it like that, the big digital companies. They are having a kind of monopoly. So where is the competition? And I remember that in the United States, there was a debate if we should destroy Facebook, because it's too big. We in Europe were not that much in favor of destroying companies, but that's part of the problem. So that's why, yes, GDPR is fine, but nevertheless, there are different aspects that we have to strengthen and adopt, and our world is developing, society is changing. So of course there is always a reason to look into the whole environment of GDPR to see, is there something that we have to improve when it comes to the enforcement of GDPR? Is there anything around that we have to change, have to adapt so that it really can work? That's a normal process, but the point is that we all have to do it and have to look for the rules so that we can protect and strengthen GDPR in ever-evolving and changing environments.
Thank you. Katarzyna, maybe over to you. What is the color of the future for you?
I understand you are forcing us to discuss the potential reform of the data protection law and steering us away from discussing reforming or creating other legislations.
No, sorry, no. If I may interrupt you, that was not an intention. The intention is actually to think about the data protection as a discipline and its usefulness in years to come. Of course, in practice, it comes down, to the forbidden question about the reopening of the GDPR. But I don't want, this discussion to be, that's simplistic. That it's not only about that. But sorry, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I totally agree. We should never open GDPR, or not before we solve our democracy. Okay, maybe that's the right thing to say. Or I'm just as many of us, too tired after recent fights that have been difficult enough fighting for high quality legislation in the new domains. But yes, speaking seriously, of course there are problems with procedure, for example, that are very well defined, and it's good that somebody is tackling them. It's good that we have this new regulation coming up on that is trying to solve some of these procedural problems. But it's another legislation that needs to be high quality and thoughtful and implemented in a way that it can serve its purpose, and not just another facade, so to say, like fake reform that will not ever perform that function. And I think for this one, if trilogues and on the version adopted in the European Parliament, we can really talk about changing procedures for better. If the Commission version wins, I'm not sure of that. So it just shows how complex every legal reform is. I'm not calling for one for GDPR, not at all. I think that we have so much to extract from this old but still very strong and wise in principles legislation that we need another maybe decade before even reflecting on reopening it, but that decade should be spent actively interpreting it by bodies who understand the purpose. Viviane Reding made it clear that her intention was not to regulate a corner shop, but more the big players. But the communication around GDPR, as many of you will remember, was entirely different. All across Europe, people were worried about hairdressers and small shops being killed by complex privacy policies. And what happened? None of the small shops was killed, and the big players are stronger than ever, and their privacy policies written in a very accessible, very friendly language. They mean nothing, they change nothing when it comes to their practices. And we can only change, I think we can only change their practices, the big players, with competition law, with measures like the ones the European Commission has now under DSA and DMA, because this is where we can prevent problems from escalating, where we can punish them for causing systemic problems without being forced to prove things that might not be provable in the complexity of technology we're facing. So yeah, thinking about the discipline, I think the discipline has so many unanswered questions. So many questions should be clarified by guidelines, with guidelines from EDPB, with decisions coming from courageous DPAs, with academic work. So yeah, there is a lot for us to do to be able to continue with that discipline, I think. We shall not worry that it will lose its legitimacy, not at all.
Thank you.
GDPR in 2044. I think I have two hopes. The first one is that we're all maybe not going to be here discussing GDPR in a venue like this, but that it's taken for granted as part of our digital constitution, and that it's as obvious as the right to dignity in the European Convention on Human Rights, that there is agreement and that we have 20 years to solve all the problems that Kasia has mentioned as well, and that there is this sort of common baseline of enforcement and understanding. Then I think my second hope is that we kill the zombie files. And with that I mean, this sort of, and I think there's many people in the room here, like we have been witnessing so many times like this sort of trajectory where legislative proposals, which are often very problematic from a GDPR perspective or a privacy perspective, have been launched. They are debated at length. We try to come up with consensus arguments, and then actually there is a sort of emerging consensus that we are not going to do this. But then, after a long period of silence, they're back again. They're mutated, there's like a 10% change, that's why they're zombie files. But I wish we could kill some of these debates as well. Like today, I think very topical, the whole discussion about the role of encryption as well, the discussion on data retention as well. I think we are in round 3 or 4 in the past 20 years as well. And so I hope that some of these zombie files, that we've killed them in the next 20 years.
Okay, so killing zombies is our first on the to-do list. I mean, I would like to thank you very much for this, very detailed homework that we all gathered here will live with. But I would like to finish with how we started. So we started with democracy, with state. We wanted to discuss this given the EDPS particular role as a supervisor authority solely of public authorities. And both you and WOJCIECH and also many speakers here alerted about democracy, and I'm very glad that this discussion today, this one or the previous ones, were kind of putting data protection in a broader context of objectives it should serve, and I'm glad that we have that kind of shared feeling here. If this is the product of this conference, then that's fantastic. But I was wondering whether you have, last thoughts when it comes strictly to state powers, state data processing. You all touched upon different phenomena, different problems that might come from private companies, private actors. Your one wish or your worry about states, both, either here in Europe or externally, if you want to also share something about this. Whoever wants to go first. I think Katarzyna should go first as a representative of a foundation that has recently successfully defeated its government in the case that Joe Kanatachi was mentioning a couple of hours ago, the case about the use of spyware by the government. So first of all, congratulations on this. It was a fantastic job, and I think the one that will be kind of a landmark judgment for many other countries to follow or ignore. So, Kasiu, over to you.
Well, yes, thank you. 7 years of fighting the case in Strasbourg, only to hear that the government has heard us and they will do the reform when they are ready. Well, that's part of our job, of course. But if you ask for my wishes or recommendations for the states, I really wish that this political effort that we see in fighting for exceptions and exemptions from all regulations. We had GDPR, and then we had a directive that is half empty. We have AI Act, which I'm not a big fan of, but with the exemptions that states were fighting for, it's even less meaningful, if not to say completely meaningless on law enforcement. So instead of seeing this desperate effort to always have their sovereignty protected from you telling them what to do, I really rather see them reforming the C states, putting effort in reforming their safeguards, bodies that should be in place, or like in Poland, they are not, but they should be in place to control the surveillance powers. Yes. Right now, from all meaningful legislations I can think of, law enforcement is predominantly exempted, and we really can't use any of the rights we have, even if these rights are weak anyways. We cannot even come with the most basic rights and discuss protections, ask for protections when it comes to law enforcement, as if we were enemies, as if there was state still in this position of don't ask us, don't investigate, don't dare to look into our black boxes, as if they were not working for us, as if it was not all about trust. I think we got to the point in which it can't continue if we want to call this system democracy, if we want to rebuild the trust that is so desperately needed to stop populism from winning over everything else. We really need states to reflect on how to make these protections real. And it's not about laws, really. It's about them building real institutions, building real procedures, having real procedures in place that will pursue the same values that we have in GDPR, in AI Act, and legislations, even without being forced to do so. I know EU legally cannot force member states to comply, but member states themselves can show that they treat these values with respect, they interpret these values their own way, and they build institutions around this. So the same energy that goes into saying, don't call us out on surveillance, in my opinion, should go into building institutions that will give us the sense that state protects us and we can really trust it, that we play together the same game and not it's played against us, citizens.
I hope everybody has heard it. You can also watch the recording of it and memorize it by heart after the panel. Matthias, what's your take?
Again, not so much to add there as well, I think. I think comparatively speaking, we are still quite lucky to be in Brussels compared to many different and other regimes outside of the European Union as well. But I think like to remain and keep that position, we need to have a vigilant civil society, and that includes MEPs, EDPS, academics as well, who just keep on stressing the necessary safeguards and oversight mechanisms as well, actually. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Would you like to conclude?
I hope I can make it in maybe 2 or 3 sentences. I fully agree that democracy only exists if we have strong societies, NGOs, many others. And regarding governments, I'm fully aware that in these days we have a lot of challenges in front of us in different political areas. But for governments in a democracy, the main thing should always be whatever we do, whatever the challenges are, it's our main task to ensure the triangle of democracy, rule of law, and fundamental rights. And if we forget about that, then everything else we do may not be worth doing it. So that's the main challenge for governments beyond having a strong and active society.
Thank you very much. Guys, we are past the time, but I'm sure we still have a second for a few questions from the audience. Please raise your hand if you have any. I see some people sticking out for the cocktails reception, but that's not going to start until we finish the meeting here. All right, I don't see anything. Yes. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Kasia. Thank you, Matthias. Thank you, Mrs. Sippel, for being here. Thank you all for staying. Now it's over to Leo, EDPS Secretary General, to conclude. And please give it up to my fantastic guest today.
So, good evening, everyone. It's been a long day. I know that I'm standing between you and the drinks, so don't worry, I will be brief. As Giovanni Buttarelli used to say, just allow me for a footnote to the many speeches that were given today. Then Giovanni would go for 20 or 30 minutes. Don't worry, this is not my plan. It's truly a footnote. I would like just to share with you a few thoughts. But before that, I need to thank you all very much for your participation. Thank the speakers and the moderators for their insights, and to thank all EDPS staff members for their hard work that has made possible this gathering today. Peter Hustings used to say that at the EDPS, everybody washes the dishes. And today, all members of staff members of the EDPS washed our dishes. So I would like to ask you for a big applause for EDPS staff that helped today. So 20 years. 20 years is a mini-second in the history of humankind. But it's a long time in the history of the EU, and it's an eternity in the history of the world of technology. When the EDPS was set up back in 2004, YouTube, Twitter, or the iPhone had not been launched yet. So we live in a very different world not only for big tech, but for all of us. In 2004, when Peter Hustings and Joaquin Bayo started to create the EDPS, the European Union was expanding peacefully to the east. Vladimir Putin had just been elected for his second term, and he was still in very friendly terms with the West. So I think you will all agree that our world today is much more complex, to put it nicely, than it was 20 years ago. We are living in the roaring 20s of the 21st century with rapid and unprecedented challenges. These challenges may look to you like a big problem, but for EU bureaucrats like myself, these challenges are rather a great opportunity. As our founder, Jean Monnet, wisely stated, people only accept change when they are faced with necessity, and only recognize necessity when a crisis is upon them. Turning now from this big picture to the little world of data protection, you have heard today Vice President Jourova saying that for 7 years the GDPR was the only sheriff in town. But this is no longer the case, as we have now the digital rulebook. I would like to talk to you for a minute about the last addition to this digital rulebook, which is the AI Act that will be published in a few days and will enter into force in August. As you all know, the EDPS has been entrusted with the responsibility of being the supervisor of AI for EU institutions and bodies on top of our traditional data protection supervision. So the EDPS will have to adapt to the new world and to adapt to these new responsibilities, but data protection should not be worried because we will continue upholding the same principles and values. AI and data protection are separate worlds, and they require distinct and separate approaches, but yet they have a lot of synergies among them, and we should leverage on the experience from the data protection world to the AI world. As we all embark on this new adventure as regulators and practitioners of the AI Act, we must not lose sight of the fact that the foundations of our building remain the same: a digital humanism that connects directly with the humanistic values that are the foundations of the European Union project since the end of the Second World War. This should and will not change. So we will continue upholding these principles and values no matter what, but I also think that we need to do better when we apply these principles to the real world. I think there is room for improvement there, from the principles to the real world. This is what Giovanni Buttarelli liked to say, and I think it was said in the manifesto. We have to be extremely firm in upholding our principles, but very flexible when applying them to the real world. So, let me give you a concrete example of what I mean with this assertion. We will have four or five big AI players. None of these big players will be European. They will all be foreign players. We cannot have 3 or 4 or 27 voices talking to these foreign players. We, Europe, need to speak with one voice, solid, clear, and pragmatic voice. We should help and support those players who want to comply with our laws and act with unity and determination against those who refuse to do so. In this way, we will preserve our laws and values without unduly affecting the competitiveness of our industry. In terms of international cooperation, we need to move from the nice words and the pompous statements to the world of binding international standards which can be enforced worldwide. Viviane Reding just told us that when she started working on data protection, she realized that data protection was no longer an European affair. It became a global affair. I'm afraid, dear colleagues, that upholding democracy, rule of law, and the defense of fundamental rights is no longer a European affair, it's becoming a global affair. And the EDPS and the other EU institutions will have to be at the forefront of this fight, as Giovanni Buttarelli said, and WOJCIECH in his opening speech clearly said today, and I think you have been quoted in Politico WOJCIECH about that. So I started quoting Jean Monnet, and I would like to conclude my little speech again quoting Jean Monnet, our founder. He said that nothing happens without people, but nothing lasts without institutions. So in these past 20 years, some people have made the EDPS possible. The leadership of Peter Hustings, Giovanni Buttarelli, and WOJCIECH, and the hard work of a little group, really little group of motivated EU officials have made the miracle of having an European data protection supervisor growing in size, competence, and expertise. I promised you that I would be brief, so I will not tell you how I see these 20 years. I refer you to the little piece I wrote for the commemorative book, a little piece that I titled A Tale of Three Supervisors. There you will be able to see how I see these 20 years. I very much hope that the messages that resulting from today's discussions will stay with you, they will inspire you for your work. Be reassured that at the EDPS we will translate all these insights in concrete and actionable steps. We are very proud of what we have achieved in the last 20 years, but we can commit to continuously seeking ways to do better, so the data protection culture that we have managed to embed in the EU institutions these 20 years will continue strong and resilient no matter what. So as the Secretary General of the European Data Protection Supervisor, let me tell you that thanks to the leadership of our supervisor, Wojciech WIEWIÓROWSKI, and the hard work of the management team and all the EDPS staff, today our organization is on track, our house is in order, and we are ready to serve the EU project for another 20 years. So thank you very much for your participation. Thank you very much for your attention. And I formally declare the European Data Protection Summit closed. Please join us for a drink. Thank you very much.